Get yourself some ice cream at Kauffman Stadium. It's another hot night in Kansas City for Game 2 of this series between the White Sox and our Kansas City Royals. Royals baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Hi, everybody. Steve Physioc, Rex Hudler with you. When Alcides Escobar got that base hit to tie the game in the 9th inning, we thought the Rally Mantis was alive and cooking, but then Todd Frazier took us deep, and the Royals lost the game, and so did the Rally Mantis.
Yeah, but the Mantis only has a shelf life for so long, Fizz. But you know what? That's baseball. It's on to today, and hand that rock to Ian Kennedy, who's been marvelous.
Let's talk about Ian Kennedy, because the last few starts, his command has been outstanding.
It has been, Fizz. And you know, one thing that's been really good is he's been relying on his fastball, and he's blowing it by hitters. Now, the other good thing is he's keeping the ball in the yard. Hey, look at 1 run in 17 innings. That's hard to do.
He's our Honda most trusted player. No home runs the last 3 starts. The last time he went 4 starts without allowing a home run was 2011, and he won 21 games that year.
Yeah, he was a pretty good pitcher there, and he still is now. Hopefully he can stay on that roll. The only way the Royals can get this series is if they win tonight.
When we come back, we'll talk middle infield defense, Mondesi and Escobar. Outstanding defensive plays, Hud.
Are you kidding? The Royals fans got a lot to look forward to the rest of this season and next year with these 2 guys up the middle. They know each other. They are able to feed off of one another. They like that energy, Fizz. But the fact is that they've gotten used to each other the last 2 spring trainings. That's where a double play combination starts to form in the spring when you have time on the back fields to set each other up, to get to know each other's technique. Where do you like my feed? Where do you like yours? This is exactly how it happens. Middle infield defense. Now, we've seen the routine plays. These guys can do that. You're a big leaguer. You're making routine plays. It's been fun to see the 6-4-3. How about the 4-6-3 going that way? Now you add the degree of difficulty, which separates some infielders from others. Look at Mondesi, feathering, soft hands. Escobar, tremendous throwing arm, and vice versa. That play last night, Escobar wasn't expecting that at all. But He was there, ready. Look at him, 6'4". All the fancy plays are there. That's really saving pitchers like Duffy. Their pitch count and great plays attract the fans.
The defense is there. The offense is needed more. When we come back, Joel and Monty will talk Haas going to the opposite field.
In batting practice, maybe Eric Hosmer, nice, relaxed, and ready to go with those season numbers against the Chicago White Sox. Or maybe Jeff Montgomery, he's feeling better at the plate. 4 multi-hit contests in the last 7 games. He's also been raking lefties lately, faces one tonight. We're starting to see the Eric Hosmer we know.
Right, we saw him early in the season really use the entire field very effectively. Then for a better part of a month, pitcher just pounded him inside, inside, inside. He made a little adjustment, came off the plate a little bit, which really took that inside pitch away from the pitcher, and now he's going the other way much more effectively. You see the numbers, he's really good when he's using all fields.
Well, Eric Hosmer 25 for his last 78 against lefties. That's a 321 clip over that frame, and he will be facing this lefty. And Jose Quintana's on a roll. More on him next.
might not lie yet. It would be a stretch, Monty, to say that the Royals own Jose Quintana, right?
Exactly. He's a guy that goes out and really gives a good game, but for some reason the Royals have an opportunity to get to this guy. If they keep him in the game, little middle part of the game, they've really seen him find a way to get to Jose Quintana.
Well, he seems to always be Mr. Consistent, although he had some struggles earlier in the year, pitching much better of late. What's going on?
Well, he's a guy that's made some adjustments. He was an all-star, so he's a quality pitcher, understands what he's doing, but he goes out, he uses all of his pitches, got a decent fastball, not overpowering, but he uses all of his pitches. He will pitch backwards.
2nd of 3 between the Royals and the White Sox. First pitch is coming up next.
Kansas City is brought to you by the Missouri Lottery. Every ticket you play gives back to schools across Missouri, so play it forward with the Missouri Lottery. By Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by your Midwest Ford dealers. Visit us at yourmidwestforddealers.com. Another hot night in Kansas City. It feels like 102. Steve Physioc, Rex Hudler, Joel Goldberg, Jeff Montgomery with you at Kauffman Stadium for Game 2 of this series. And Ian Kennedy will take the hill for his 23rd time this year. And Ian, as you were talking about in the open HUD, he showed outstanding command in that last start. A no decision, 6 shutout innings against the Tampa Bay Rays.
I just love how he's been trusting his fastball and working everything off of the fastball. Now, he sets these hitters up, and then later on he'll bring in his secondary stuff. But recently he's been outstanding keeping that ball in the ballpark. Now, overall, he has given up 26 home runs. That's tied for first in the American League. But the opponent's average, that's low, 229. It's pretty impressive. Righties hitting 241, lefties 215. So he's been able to handle the lefties mainly with fastballs, as he's very sneaky quick. Hopefully he can slip it by their bats. There's only one White Sox in that lineup that's ever homered off of him, and that's Melky Cabrera, who's had 2 against him. He's hitting the 2nd spot.
The rookie Anderson to lead things off. Adam Eaton, his 3rd, actually his 4th start, hitting 3rd in the White Sox batting order. Then Abreu, and then Justin Morneau with a season-high 4 hits last night.
You get him hot along with Frazier and Eaton and Abreu. They've got a pretty good meat of the order there. But Kennedy, he's going to have to get right through those guys and establish that heater and then finish them off.
There is Todd Frazier, who has been terrific at third base for the Chicago White Sox this year. For the Royals, for defense, they were even better last night.
That's right, and I'm going to tell you what, any ball that has any kind of air on it for any period of time and it hangs in the outfield, it's caught. 35+ defensive run save, that's best in Major League Baseball, the outfield.
There is your crew chief, Mike Everett, at first base. Pat Holberg will be the home plate umpire. Jordan Baker at second base, and then Tim Timmons at third. The Royals at 53 and 59, a game behind the Chicago White Sox for third place in the Central. But the Cleveland Indians, the leader in the Central, lost today 7-4 to Washington as Josh Tomlin had another bad start. He allowed 14 runs in his last 2 games in Cleveland, right now with a 3-game lead over Detroit. Great pitching matchup in the Pacific Northwest tonight. Verlander for the Tigers against Felix Hernandez and the Mariners.
Never know. Cleveland hasn't been in that top spot in a long time this late in the season. They can hold on, but they're showing some leaking oil on the mound.
Anderson goes after the first pitch, knowing that Ian Kennedy will be aggressive. Young man out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, for former first-round pick out of East Central Community College, Decatur, Mississippi.
No, he's a fine prospect. Now he's trying to shake that label from prospect to everyday big leaguer, and that sometimes can be tough for young players coming into the league. Kennedy once again.
He just paints that outside corner and moves ahead of Danny Duffy, tying Danny Salazar for 8th in the American League in strikeouts with number 133.
Yeah, it's almost like hitters first time through the order, when they get down in the count 0-2, they're looking for an off-speed pitch, or they're expecting a secondary pitch. Kennedy has those, but he holds those as long as he possibly can. He doesn't use them till second time through if he can. He's a guy who's convicted with his fastball, and it works.
That's 100 strikeouts on the fastball, Hud. That's the most in all of baseball.
Yeah, and you know what? He's a National League style pitcher. National Leaguers, for some reason, for years, they always challenged hitters with fastballs, and the American League was more of a finesse league because of the designated hitter, but doesn't seem to shy away. There's his repertoire: fastball, curveball, changeup, and a slider. Now the slider's the least used, but they're only hitting 197 on that fastball. That's why he stays with it. Now it has some two-seam movement. You see how that moves off of the plate like that. But it's not a two-seamer. He gets extreme bite on his four-seamer by keeping his fingers tightly together, and he gets a little whip off the end of his fingers, and that's what allows that extra movement without using his 2 fingers on top of the seams.
Melky Cabrera to right field and deep. Kane is back right next to the wall, pulls it down, and Melky will have a conversation with Haas before taking a seat in the dugout. You love that, don't you?
Take him to lunch. Let's go. You're out. Get off the field.
Well, Melky didn't get much help from the wind. It's blowing in from the east right towards left, and there are nights where it's just roaring out towards right. Cabrera may have had a home run if that was the case. Now the lefty swinging Eaton. And Rex, you were talking about Kennedy facing left-handers. How about this? The last 8 starts, left-handers are only batting 160 off of Kennedy.
Yeah, it's because he's convicted with his fastball, but then later, second, third time through, he'll start breaking in his secondary pitches. Changeup's a very effective pitch. There's a hook.
Hosmer has it, gets it to Ian in time. 1, 2, 3 go the White Sox. Bottom of the first we go. Orlando, Cuthbert, Kane coming up. Paulo Orlando will lead things off for Kansas City's offense. He opened with a double in the first off Chris Sale and scored the Royals' first run on Cuthbert's hit.
Well, there's some Royals with some good numbers, just like they had off Chris Sale last night. But you know, it's Paulo Orlando, Cuthbert, Morales, Salvi, Locaine. They all have some good success, and they faced this guy quite a lot.
Jose Quintana, 27-year-old lefty out of Colombia, and he is 9-8 this year. And that is despite an outstanding ERA, third lowest in the American League at 2.93.
Yeah, with any run support, Quintana could be a Cy Young contender. But you know, when you don't get run support, your wins, it shows in your win and loss column. But he's very effective. He's got 3 extremely good pitches. He's got a great tempo, keeps the ball down.
He is a strike thrower.
He's a polished big leaguer. Very confident with his fastball curveball combination. And he won't use the, I mean, he's like Kennedy a little bit. He'll use his curveball a little bit more second, third time through.
Keeping the ball inside on Paulo Orlando.
Moves the ball around. He's got great mound presence. You never crack him. You can't see when he's upset or not. Fastball, curveball, changeup. His fastball, he's going to use it a lot like Kennedy, except from the left arm. See, all the 87 of the 128 Ks are all in the fastball, very similar to Kennedy. Could be a low-scoring affair tonight unless some hitters can get a hold of one and put him out of the ballpark.
Little high to Orlando, and you saw Paulo's numbers, 331. If he had the necessary number of at-bats to qualify him, he'd be second in the American League in batting to Jose Altuve of Houston, who's batting 361, and then Paulo would be next at 331. He's 43 shy of qualifying.
Look at that. Now he's sneaky quick. He's a lot like Kennedy. It's amazing, these two guys. Now we'll show you what he's done to righties and lefties. Lefties and not doing a whole lot off of him, which is typical, but the righties low average, but you can't get to him with the long ball. 4-seam, 2-seam fastball.
The Royals only have 2 lefties in their lineup tonight, Hosmer and Gordon.
Ooh, man, Quintana thought he got that pitch. That was a borderline pitch. Now the White Sox dugouts letting home plate umpire Pat Holberg have it. Yep, there you go.
Oh man,
yeah, early.
That didn't last long.
That might be pitching coach Donnie Cooper. So right away, and you know what he's doing? He's doing what a manager does. He's sticking up for his pitcher. And Cooper's been around a long time, and he's going to have a quick shower here tonight. Okay, Quintana, as he slowly walked off, thought he had a strikeout here on looking. Watch Quintana's body language. He thought he had him, but really, Holberg made the right call. That ball was off the plate, and then, you know, he's got a short fuse on a night where it feels like it's over 100 degrees. Short fuse.
There's a chopper cut off by the third baseman. Todd Frazier throws out Paulo Orlando, and let's take a look at the Chicago defense.
White Sox defense, they got a catcher, just his 6th career major league start. Narvaez? Is that how we're saying it? Narvaez. Omar Narvaez. Bias. Okay, thank you. I'm looking for a little help, Biz. He's a good catch and throw catcher, and they're hoping that they get plenty of guys on and they can challenge him. Now, if they do, Quintana, he's a pretty good athlete. He's got a good slide step. He's quick home.
Cuthbert, good numbers against Quintana. 3 hits, and 2 of them are home runs. He hits that one down the right field side, but out of play. Now down to Quintana, 0-2. Chesler, 3 hits last night. He now has 89, second most by any rookie. Center field. Right there is J.B. Shuck. These are our Kubota power stats. It's what Kane has done against the Chicago White Sox. 9-42, the most against any opponent.
It's important. In the Royals this year, they're 23-16 versus the Central. White Sox 19-25. So the Royals, the last few years have really had some great numbers.
Kane to right. Eaton near the bullpen fence is there to haul it down, and the Royals go in order in the first. Cooper got thrown out arguing balls and strikes in the first inning, and our Academy leaderboard shows you the offensive struggles both of these teams have had this year. The Royals last in runs per game and home runs, but the White Sox not far behind.
Nope, similar offenses.
And that ball is roped to center field but stays up for Paulo Orlando, and one out.
Yeah, that was a frozen rope. Another baseball term.
He has been hot, and so has Justin Morneau, hitting .350 his last 10 games to raise his average to .300. He joined the team on June 9th when he signed with the White Sox. He's had some injuries, had some fine years with Minnesota and the Colorado Rockies. He also had one back in 2005 against the Royals. Wow. 11 years ago. Man,
he's got some staying power, doesn't he?
Sure does.
Yeah.
He was a terrific hockey / baseball star growing up in British Columbia, where he was a goalie. So that where he developed those strong hands and wrists.
Yeah, White Sox made a good decision to sign him. Didn't have any other offers out there. White Sox gave him a chance, and I remember the Royals were in town when they signed him, and he was like a rookie out on the field, just smiling, just beaming, saying, yeah, I'm back in the majors, and he appreciates being here. He's got a good solid bat. He's got some pull power, but he'll hit the ball all over the ballpark. But that fourth hit he got last night off Kelvin Herrera was special. It was a slider that was on his ankle tops, and he somehow, some way kept that rally going. That going with a base hit, and that put guys on second and third. First base was open. They elected to pitch to Frazier, and first pitch they got him. But now here it is. Now look at this. Watch where Salvi's going to catch this ball. He's already sees it down. It's already going to be down on the ground, but he barreled it. Didn't hit it off the end. That looked like a little hockey swing, Fizz. You talked about him playing hockey.
And he gets 5 hits in his last 5 plate appearances. Rounds first with a wide turn and then comes back to the bag. It's the first base runner for Chicago. And this is the guy they elected to pitch to. First fastball he saw from Kelvin Herrera. Bam.
Yep, and that was with Navarro, the catcher hitting behind him. First base was open. There was a lot of talk about that. Before we had a chance to even say it, it was a homer. First pitch, and it was gone. They had an option whether they want to pitch to him. Ned Yost said, hey, look, my best pitcher's out there, and his best pitch is his fastball. We believed he could get through Frazier, and that's baseball.
Todd is tied with Mark Trumbo and Edwin Encarnacion for the home run lead with 31.
Frazier just 4 for 19 in his career off of Kennedy. Has some National League at bats in there.
This is his first year in the American League after so many seasons with the National League Cincinnati Reds, and his home run high came last year when he belted 34 for the Reds. 35 home runs, I beg your pardon. And this year he's on pace for 45. Popped him up right side. Long run for Lorenzo Cain and Raul Mondesi, and it is Mondesi to get there.
He made that look easy. I can't tell you how many times I tried to run over there and make that play. When your head's bobbing and you're running full speed, that ball's bouncing on the dead run. But this kid has extreme skills. Watch how he uses his soft hands here. He sees it, and he doesn't have to catch it up at its highest point. He knows where his hands is. He's able to just feather it in his glove. Good play.
And Hud, he really had to fight the wind as well, because it's coming in from right field about 10 to 15 miles an hour. What's that like?
It helped him. It pushed it back, but you can't take your eye off the ball. You knew you weren't near the stand, so just use your athleticism. If you're a middle infielder, outfielder, you're a good athlete. You play this sport. You got to have the skills to run, stop, judge the wind, all those timing things that have to do with good vision, you know, good instincts, stuff you can't teach, that athletes do in their sleep.
Here's Narvaez, the rookie out of Venezuela. This is just his 6th game, but he has hit in his first 5. Something only a handful of well, 2 handfuls of White Sox have done since 1913. Only 8 Chicago White Sox have hit in their first 5 games or more. 6 for 14. There's that high fastball, but it ran a little bit off the plate. It's a pitch that Kennedy gets a lot of his strikeouts. Sal wants it up again. No, it's going to go with a curveball and hit in the air left side for Orlando. Narvaez is out. Kennedy 2 shutout innings. We'll see Haas when we come back. Hud, like a praying mantis, keep calm and be forever Royal.
How does he do that? It's hard to keep calm, but you know what, though? We'd all love to be Royals forever. Nice sign.
Here is Eric Hosmer, picking things up of late, at a couple of hits, a couple of RBIs last night. And he smacks this one to center field. Shuck going back, and he'll reach it about 15 feet from the warning track. He's got it off the end of the bat.
Yeah, but he was convicted he's going to get a fastball first pitch in your first time up. Sometimes you're saying I'm going to drill it, and there's nothing you can do. Try to hit it hard. It was a fastball in the inner half. He stayed inside. Now Hosmer's made some good adjustments as late, moving off of the plate, making that inside pitch look a little bit more away so he can go that way. That's where he's having his success.
And with school coming up for the locals in maybe 3 weeks, some a little less than that, Rex's word for the night is convicted. So check that out and tell your school teacher that you know the word convicted.
You're going to get me in trouble.
Ground ball third. Frazier throws out Morales. 2 down.
Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. On a first ball hack in this inning off of Quintana. You know, he's only thrown 13 pitches. You want to kind of see if you can see a few pitches, get him in some issues, so they got to get to that bullpen, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. He's cruising.
The Royals were able to get to Chris Sale for 3 runs in the first 3 innings, and then he really settled down and retired 14 of the next 15. Sal's been quiet for a while, just hitting .159 his last 19 games.
You know, one of the reasons why they're swinging early is because they know Quintana's a strike thrower. Just 34 walks and 144 1/3 coming in. He's a strike thrower.
They were swinging early against Sale. He takes that one down the left field side, foul. And Quintana again with the 0-2. Salvi 16 home runs, 47 driven in. Checks his swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. And Quintana gets his first strikeout. 6 pitches for Jose this inning. That's it. White Sox still looking for their first run. Ian Kennedy has allowed 1 hit, but he's also struck out 1, giving him 100 on four-seam fastballs. That's the most in the major leagues, more than Odorizzi, Scherzer, Verlander, Santiago.
And a lot of pitching coaches will tell you that's the best pitch in baseball. Now, some hitters might argue with the pitching coach, but for Kennedy, he's convicted to throw that fastball, Fizz. I'll try to stay away from that word, but you know, conviction's a big part of this game. You got to have confidence. Another tester over there.
Hosmer, oh man, I'm telling you, they're flashing the leather tonight.
That was really good. I think Haas said, you know what, young Mondesi, I'm going to beat you to this one. And sometimes you'll compete with your first baseman on pop-ups. I remember doing that. It was fun. Now, who can go get it? Haas says, not you this time. I'm going to get it. And he was able to use those soft hands. Look at how he looked. He eyeballed. He was getting close to the tarp. And that's the key element. You've got to look where you are. And he's able to feather it in with that Gold Glove.
You know what, Hud? I think defense is really contagious. And when you see one guy make a spectacular play, the others are hunting for web gems.
Yeah, sure. They want to do that for their pitcher and their team. Of course, you know, this is called the show. That's why everybody watches it, and they all want to go home and watch themselves on TV too. But it's all about saving the pitcher extra pitches by making those plays. Save the pitches, he gets to stay in the game longer. And we're seeing a lot of both teams swinging early because they know they're going to get a fastball to hit. It's hard to wait.
J.B. Shuck broken 0 for 20 with a couple of hits last night. And then he smacks that one high and deep, and it is gone. Fourth home run by Shuck, and Chicago takes the early 1-0 lead.
Okay, now that's what you get into trouble with. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And now that's the 27th home run. At 2-0, he's looking fastball all the way, and there it was right down the middle. You're going to get beat occasionally.
That ties him with Josh Tomlin of Cleveland for the most home runs allowed with 27. Josh gave up his 27th, and Cleveland's 7-4 loss to Washington today. James Shields, former Royal, saying congratulations to Shuck. Tim Anderson down 0-1. Kennedy struck him out looking first time up.
If you're a hitter and you read where the pitcher you're facing that night throws all fastballs, a majority of fastballs, you love that. So you're going up there looking for that pitch, and if it's not in the right spot, like that last one, 2-0, he's going to get hit. Now there's a good spot there. He's still going to stay with it, but he's just got to be able to command it, stay behind it.
Look at this late life.
That's a four-seamer.
Now he'll throw that 12-6 curveball, but we've seen a little bit of that movement when he gets in the side, almost like it's a slider or a slurve.
He's staying on the side of the ball. He's throwing across his body when you get that kind of movement. Let's show you Kennedy's fastball grip. There's the four seams. See, his two fingers there are across the seams. And with that arm angle he has, a little bit not straight over the top, he's going to get that kind of run into the righties and away from lefties. And it appears that it's got some two-seam movement.
81% fastballs early in this game.
He's going right after him.
Usually we'll see him mix in that changeup second, third time through. Anderson has only walked 3 times this year and struck out 62.
Yeah, he's going to have to work on that. He's going to be a leadoff hitter. He's going to be a little bit more selective and shorten up his swing and put it in play. Kennedy threw the changeup thinking he would swing over the top of it.
So he went right after him with the fastball and struck him out. Vote for the Royals Player of the Month at one of the 7 Rally House locations in the Kansas City metro area. All participants will be entered to win a majestic prize pack. Orlando certainly is one of the leading candidates, along with Cheslor Cuthbert. He was named the Royals Player of the Month in July. And Kennedy, one of the leading pitching candidates. His last 2 starts have been very good, even though he did not win either one. Gave up 1 run in 7 against Texas and shut out Tampa Bay in 6 innings, but Royals offense was rather quiet in both affairs. Melky fly to right, first time up.
Good spot there, 0-2. You don't want to groove one. He stayed out the plate. Melky, he's a professional hitter. He just says, I'm just going to foul that off. I don't want that one. But it's too close to take.
He hits that one pretty well. Kane will make the catch near the warning track. To the fan, a souvenir. Shuck goes deep. Chicago has the early lead on a pretty evening in Kansas City. Kansas City area Chevy dealer for great prices on the all-new 2016 Malibu. By Panera Bread, food as it should be, with 24 Kansas City metro locations. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors, right stuff, low prices every day. Steve Physiak, Rex Hudler, Joe Goldberg, Jeff Montgomery with you. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Gordon, Escobar, Mondesi. Alex has that batting average 199. That Yost was talking about the struggles of Alex this year, and he was simply saying, you know, that there are those seasons where it's a fight all year long, but his work habits outstanding.
Yep, now he's a worker, but he's got to get to there.
Yes, he did.
There you go.
First hit off Quintana. Hit against that shift.
Yeah, now he stayed inside of that ball. He wasn't trying to pull him. Alex coming in 12 for 46 with 1 homer against Quintana. Kept his hands in and just tried to hit it against the shift there. And just perfect hole. And for Quintana, his offense, they gave him his run. The White Sox have provided just 3+ runs of support in just 3 of his 20 starts versus the Royals, and have scored 1 run or less at 9 times for him. So he's a bad luck pitcher when it comes to run support. He's that guy. There's always somebody on the roster or somebody on the pitching staff that doesn't get. But it's not just this year. It's been every year.
Do you know what his run support for his career is?
Show me. Tell me.
2.7.
Yeah, for his entire career. So what are you going to do if you're a pitcher and they don't score for you? Nothing. Just go out and pitch your game. That's what he does.
Escobar pops it up. Shallow left center. Anderson wants it and takes it, and there's 1 out. Grab your running shoes and join the Fox Sports Kansas City and the Royals at the Royals Charities 5K run on August 27th. Now here's what happened. Each participant will receive a World Series champions t-shirt and a Royals ticket voucher, along with a chance to make a lap around Kauffman Stadium. Sign up now at royals.com/run.
I don't think I'll be a part of that.
I know a lot of our fellow employees I've been talking to who will. You know, I'm going to be part of the Yogis in the outfield experience, and I want you to be there as well.
Well,
come on.
We'll be in Boston for that 5K run, so I won't be a part of that.
No, I know that, but
the Yogis, we're having our fundraiser, Team Up for Down Syndrome, on that day, Fizz. So we'll be busy out entertaining fans with special needs and their families.
Yes, but it's in the morning. It's at like 8:30, and I know you don't have anything going on with Team Up for Down Syndrome at that time.
Look, I got plenty of time to get my yoga in. I don't need to do it out in center field. I'll let you and Nama Stacy do that.
You seem a little tense today. You need a little more flexibility in your life.
I get a little tense at times, especially watching our guys, man. We're pulling for them.
Here is Mondesi. He's reached base in 5 of his last 11 plate appearances. I thought with Escobar up, the Royals might do something, a little hit and run, or Gordon dives back, and Quintana thinks with Mondesi up, they might do the same thing.
Alex is 6 for 6 in steals. Quintana uses a slide step. Gets the ball home quicker that way at times. Now there's a high leg kick.
And it's past Frazier into left field. Gordon around second, on his way to third. Melky brings it to the cutoff man because Mondesi rounded first by a wide margin, daring Cabrera to throw.
It's out in front, hit the ball hard. Frazier didn't move his feet. He just stuck his glove out and the ball went under it. Didn't look like it was a whole lot of effort given by Frazier. But you can see he just sat there. That's a ball that he needs to catch, no doubt. So they're going to give him an error.
Only his 8th this year.
And he misjudged it.
Yep.
It happens. Now, if Melky had the ability that like Alex Gordon does in left field to throw on the run, he would have thrown Alex out. But Alex rounded second base. The play was in front of him, and he said he's not going to throw me out.
And Rex, I also like how aggressive Mondesi was rounding first base, and Melky then turned and, you know, stared him back. Melky doesn't have a great arm anyway.
You got to make the runner stop, and that's exactly what Melky did. And if you're Mondesi, you make him stop you. Paulo swinging early. He's excellent with runners in scoring position this season. 364.
Shows bunt, pulls it back in time. That time Frazier was back even with the bag at third. Abreu holding the runner.
And not a bad idea. Paulo's grounded into 7 double plays this year. Doesn't want to do that here. So you don't have to tell him to stay inside of the ball, because that's what he likes to do. That prevents you from rolling your hands over and pulling it to the shortstop. It's way too far in there.
Well, he has really been pounding Orlando in.
Well, that's what he wants. Quintana, he's smart. Quintana has induced 12 ground ball double plays this year, and he knows if he can execute a pitch on the inner half, that he can get a ground ball. Wants to keep it out of the air. Sac fly potential there if he gets it up. Mondesi 3 for 3 in steals. Rusty Kuntz in his back pocket, giving him ideas on when to go and when not to go.
Closer. That time Mondesi did have his go lead. He was about 1.5 feet further away from first base. He's had 1 pickoff this year.
And you can study him, you can watch him, but Quintana's given a couple different variations to his move over there. But it is important to move Mondesi to stay out of a double play. Strategy of the game is to try to get that run home with less than 2 outs. Every time a hitter comes to the plate, there's a situation. There's Rusty. After every pitch, he comes over and gets in the young Mondesi's ear. That really helps him and reassures him.
That'll get out of play. Quintana continues to come in on Paulo.
Paulo can handle left-handers. He's hitting .366 off of left-handed pitching this year. Big opportunity.
Gordon singled. Escobar popped up. Mondesi reached on the air. And Paulo strikes out swinging. Big out for Quintana, his second strikeout.
Sure was. Well placed fastball up and out of the zone. Look at him. He's very calm and emotionless. Has no expression on his face. Hard to crack Quintana. That's what you want. If you're a pitcher, you don't want to show the hitter any emotion, good or bad. Don't give him any ideas or give him any confidence by reading that body language.
Cuthbert pops it up. And Jose shows you why he's one of the top left-handers in the game. First and third, 1 out, nobody scores. Shannon Lawson is sitting in the Buck O'Neill legacy seat. As a teacher, Shannon wanted her students to experience service learning, so started the Bowl-a-thon. For the last 17 years, students have worked with school staff and community members to raise money for the American Cancer Society by distributing donation letters, signing up bowlers, and securing silent auction items. And not only with the help of students, but parents, families, friends, and the entire community, Shannon has helped raise over $30,000. Way to go.
Nice, Shannon. Way to help others. And entertaining your class. What an influence teachers have, and so many have on us. As baseball players too, you know, it's fun to talk to the young people and let them know that you're not going to do it by yourself. You're going to have help.
Yeah, they're not only teaching reading, writing, and arithmetic, but also service.
Yeah, giving to others.
Eaton with a swing and a miss, down 1-2.
He thought he struck out there. Not so fast. Salvi, though, letting Hosmer know breaking ball was coming with his right hand. He stuck his right hand out behind Eaton and said, hey, look, Hos could be coming your way.
A little high and a 2-2 count.
Salvi's pretty good at letting the corners know. Watch him. He's saying, okay, coming to you. Now, hitter can't see that, and the dugout's not going to relay that. Now, the White Sox. It's too late. They can't relay it. And if they do, and they find out that they're giving it with a whistle or something like that, then that's when you get one in the ribs. That puts an end to that. So it's only to help the defense. That's how he does. But believe me, in this game, they'll try to get any advantage they can.
Hit sharply past Mondesi into right field. So Eaton, who thought he had struck out, steps back into that batter's box and strikes a single to right field. Our University of Kansas Hospital injury report. How about this, Hud? Stephen Wright, one of the top pitchers for the Boston Red Sox, scratched from his start tomorrow with right shoulder irritation because he injured it diving into second base as a pinch runner on Sunday versus the Dodgers. Another injury by a pitcher running the bases.
You know,
I think they should just put him in cages after the game to keep him safe.
Why don't just give the teams an extra roster spot, and then you got an extra player that, you know, he's one of their best pitchers. I feel, you know, no one feels worse than John Farrell as manager.
Well, Rex, with complete games going down and the use of bullpen going up and wanting to protect those arms, I think you make a great point. I think the rosters maybe should carry 26. It's a different game than it was 30-40 years ago when starting pitchers completed about half their games.
Better believe it.
Did you know? This is another note from Dr. History. Back in 1905, 90% of pitchers completed their games. It is now down to 3%.
Yeah, no, that's how the game's evolved. And those poor pitchers back then didn't have the use of the technology they have today. And when their arm broke, they were done.
But they also didn't throw 95 and put that pressure on that shoulder and elbow.
No, and if you watch the old clips, it shows the pitcher go from the complete windup with arms and legs, and the whole deception side of the art of pitching was more about deception and tricking the hitter than it was blowing it by him. And that's how our game has evolved.
I mean, we all hear about Walter Johnson's fastball, but also about Christy Mathewson's fade. That's what they called his changeup. A great command, but also a fade. Abreu down in the count, 0-2. Lined out to center field, first time up. Foul.
Look at Eaton.
Just barely.
Eaton just coming around third base like there's no tomorrow. He was hustling hard. He'll have to go back and regroup. And the way Abreu took off out of that box, you know, hitters, they're the first to tell you by watching them if it's going to be fair or not. And he's going out hard. Normally they'll stop if they know for sure, but just off the chalk.
Robin Ventura wanted his staff to take a closer look, and they say play on. But I'll tell you, the crew chief Mike Everett was in great position, and he waited until the last second to throw up his arms and wave foul. Abreu hits into a lot of double plays, as Hud said. Why not here?
Well, Kennedy, more of a fly ball pitcher.
And Abreu does hit it in the air to Gordon. Alex with the catch. Back to first base, Eaton. Fans, the weekend starts early because every Thursday home game is Buck Night. Come enjoy Royals baseball while saving some hard-earned cash tomorrow. You can enjoy great hot dogs, peanuts for just $1 a piece. Get your tickets now for Thursday Buck Nights at the K by calling 800-6-ROYALS or online at royals.com/promotions. Not only is tomorrow night Thursday night, you get the Buck Night HUD, but Danny Duffy's throwing, and he's become a real treat for fans to watch. That guy with the electric fastball struck out 16 a couple of starts ago.
Yep, that's why it's important that the Royals do all they can to get this game here tonight, and then that'll give them an opportunity to get the series with Duffy.
Morneau singled his first time up. Eaton has stolen 12 bases this year, been caught 4 times. Not one Chicago White Sox has stolen a bag off Salvador Perez this year, and he has the major league best 53%. 25 have been caught stealing by Sal's right arm. He wears the gold. To right field. Kane makes the catch. Eaton was halfway, so 2 flyouts. There have only been 2 Chicago White Sox to ever lead the league in home runs. Bill Melton did it in 1971, and Dick Allen in 72 and 74. Not even Albert Bell, when he hit 49 in 1998, led the league in home runs. And Albert's total is the most in Sox history. Frazier's right now tied with Trumbo and Encarnacion.
Just hitting .213, not much for an average. And just 143 with runners in scoring position. So that's why Ventura has him hitting down in the order.
Got 31 home runs, 72 RBIs. But he got a big one last night with runners in scoring position. A 3-run home run at the top of the 10th, a 4-4 game. Popped him up. Mondesi with the catch after a single by Eaton. Abreu, Morneau, and Frazier go in order. Sun setting at the K. form.
Nice head.
There he is, the praying mantis. As Sister Rosie Coolidge told us last night, she's one of the nuns of the Sister of Charity of Leavenworth. A praying mantis represents the need to be at peace with the chaos and disturbance swirling around them. And despite the injuries, despite the struggles offensively, the praying mantis must believe, and the Royals must be in the praying mantis mode.
It's a pretty good Halloween costume, if you ask me.
Yeah. Hey, whatever works. Last year there was so much magic with the great play by the Royals, dynamic defense, rock solid bullpen, and that keep the line moving mentality.
That's what one of those guys had. A t-shirt is the keep the line moving t-shirt they had a giveaway a while back. John, nice to see the Kansas City Royal hat, bud. Way to go. Yeah. Ryan always gets on John because lots of times John has a black hat on and Ryan seems to pick on him about thinking that you would see his picture in a post office somewhere about most wanted because of the dark hat. Yeah. Now there's the keep the line moving. John, am I right? Yeah, Rhino. No, you're a good guy. We know that, but Rhino likes to pick on him.
He's now representing the company well. Kane fouls it off.
O'Kane flied out to right field pretty deep his first time up. He's hit .321 coming into this game. 17 for 53. That's a lot of at-bats against one guy.
Royals have not been able to pull Quintana yet with the wind blowing out towards left. And he chases a breaking ball in the dirt and strikes out. 3 now for Quintana. Cement your memories forever with a championship legacy brick. Create a personalized message that includes the 2015 World Series champions logo. Your brick will then be installed in the ground outside the stadium gates. A portion of the proceeds of the brick program go back to support Royals charities. Place your order early as space is limited. To order yours today, go to royals.com/bricks or call 877 KCR BRIX. Here is Hosmer. Flied out to center field. Foul back. Joel and Monty were talking about Haas going to the opposite field. Does that have a lot to do with his lower half?
Well, you know, I think it just has everything to do with his front foot and that the way he loads up with that flamingo kick and then he pushes it forward and it pulls his head forward. And for a large part of the season after the break, he was falling towards the first base side. Now, when he can control that foot and go up on his toe and control that weight transfer on it from his lower half, his upper half is going to get through the ball and keeping his hands inside. It's why he gets a majority of his hits to left field and center field. But the lower half has a lot to do with it.
Takes that one to the right side, and it's Abreu who juggles it and then comes back to record the out. 2 down.
Also was quick on there. Now it looked like he might have taken his lumber from him and broke it, but we don't see him hit too many balls down that right field line like that firmly. It's a good swing. 2 seamers coming in. See a little late ride in there. Got in on him.
Morales grounded out to third his first time up. Kendris with that grand slam on Sunday and the very first pitch that Brett Cecil threw him. That broke open a close game, and the Royals won it 7-1 over Toronto. 1 ball, 1 strike. Quintana has given up 15 home runs and 13 of them to right-handed batters. Kendra's home run came from the right side, blasted it over 450 feet, and he takes that one up the middle, and that's a base hit.
That was nice there. You see the changeup. He sticks it. Changeup stayed out, up, and caught some of the plate. And Morales hit it where they weren't. And that's the whole key. Stayed with it. If the ball's elevated, you got a better chance to get it through. You get a little bit more pop on it.
Salvi takes strike 1. That right field side, but twisting and going foul.
There's plenty of distance there.
Yeah.
For a homer. That'll tell you he's got plenty of power. There's the Mantis brothers. Mickey and Ricky Mantis.
You know, Mickey Mantis was a heck of a switch hitter in his day.
Yeah, he was. You know, those are rubber now, and it's 100 degrees tonight. These guys are going to shrink their head a little bit if they're not careful. They keep that thing on long enough.
There's the real one. Marvin Mantis.
Riley Mantis. Time for a 2-run homer. Salvi has a couple of homers in his career off of Quintana. Quintana struck him out first time up.
Jose has had all kinds of problems against the Royals, even when he's pitched well. And perhaps his best game this year came against the Royals, and he lost it. I mean, back on June 11th in Chicago, he gave up 3 runs in 8 innings, had no walks with 10 strikeouts. That was a season high. But Cuthbert hit a home run. Morales hit a home run, and he lost the game 4-1.
Got no run support.
He is 1-8 against Kansas City in his career, despite a 4.28 ERA.
Here it comes. Oh, just up out of the zone. Good spot by Quintana. If he's down with that pitch, Salvi's on it. And he just asked home plate umpire if that was a strike. No, it was up.
Inside corner, struck him out.
Oh, man. Quintana pulled out his paintbrush, painted the inside corner on Salvi.
in the nation's capital, our Lee Summit Mazda game break. Jason Worth has reached base in 40 straight games. There he clears the bases. Home run against Josh Tomlin, 7-4. Here in Kansas City, last night we saw some acrobatics up the middle from Raul Mondesi and Alcides Escobar, and believe it or not, Esky practices some of that.
I'll tell you, when Esky takes ground balls during BP, if you watch him, he does do that glove flip a lot. So, you know, it's fun to watch them, and yet they still get their work in, but then they have some fun with it, and then sometimes it pays off in the game.
Everybody today raving about the athleticism and the chemistry of that new double play duo, Raul Mondesi and Alcides Escobar. And, you know, Hud, you talked about a lot of that being created on the backfields. This kind of like, you know, the basketball player taking those half-court shots at the end of practice. Esky likes doing that during batting practice.
Joel, you're 100% correct again. This is an extreme athletic duo, these guys, and you have to have those kind of skills to be at this level. That means the ability to go left, right, in, out, back, be creative, have soft hands, and have a strong throwing arm. And Mondesi can play shortstop as well. So you have two guys that could play anywhere on the diamond. Shortstop's usually your best athlete. Center fielder's not too far behind, but the center fielder, he doesn't have the footwork or the ability to catch the ball and throw it in the infield. You have to be able to get rid of it quickly. So high skill level to play it in the big leagues at shortstop. Second base, a little bit easier. You don't have to deal with the throw from the left side.
Rex, a pitcher can dominate a game. There are occasions where an offensive player can dominate a game as well, but there aren't that many occasions where a defensive player can. But Raul Mondesi, I remember in spring training this past spring, made 4 plays where scouts were saying that guy is dominating this game. He was taking hits away. He was turning double plays. He was making these diving plays that were hits with runners in scoring position. And all the scouts said, that kid's special, and he's going to have a great future for Kansas City.
Now, scouts, they're the bread and butter of the industry. They have to go find the talent. But you know, they're not always right, Fizz. They weren't right on me.
You always have to bring it back to yourself, don't you?
I'm just going to tell you. Look, the Yankees took me ahead of Cal Ripken Jr. Me and Buddy Biancalana in 1978 were the only 2 shortstops that were taken ahead of Junior. Junior went in the 2nd round. Now, Buddy, he paid off. He won a championship in '85 with the Royals. That's considered a payoff. For me, 7 years, the Yankees, I went bust. They sent me packing. And, you know, it just didn't happen. But, you know, when you draft young out of high school, you never know how long it's going to take that young kid to mature to become a big leaguer. So that's the gamble of taking a young player. College players, they're a little bit easier to predict what they're going to do because they got 3 or 4 more years of maturity, mentally and physically.
That's why the Royals really excited about their first pick this year in the 2nd round, A.J. Puckett, who has had a nice start. The Royals professional ranks. He might be a fast mover. Saladino popped up, and Hosmer made a terrific play over near the tarp. That almost looked like a little cut fastball there. Saladino to center field. Orlando has it measured. 2 outs. Time for our sprint trivia question. Name the 3 Royals outfielders to hit over .320 in a season. How about Richie Scheinblum? Richie had that one really very good year back in the 70s. Hal McRae was a DH, but
you got to have Johnny Damon.
Well, I remember Hal playing right field.
Yeah, Johnny Damon's in there. With Raul Mondesi, or not Raul,
or Carlos Beltran.
Carlos Beltran, who I was thinking.
Amos Otis, Al Cowens. Jeez. Oh, Willie Wilson. Where am I going? My gosh. Willie, of course, the great outfielder for the Royals. He was one of the fastest men in the game.
It's one of my favorite players.
Yep.
All time.
University of Maryland recruited him to be a running back. Apparently, Willie in high school was a tremendous running back.
He would have been awesome. His size and his
But
quickness.
he chose the right sport.
Yeah, he did.
J.B. Shuck, the difference in the game with a home run. Paulo Orlando right now hitting .331, but we told you he's still 43 plate appearances shy of qualifying for the batting title. Paulo has earned that everyday spot. Now the Royals just need to get hot as a team. Shuck to left field. Gordon right there. And Kennedy gets the Sox in order in the fifth. Shuck with the home run. That's the difference in the game. Kennedy 5 innings, 1 run allowed, and in his last 8 starts, including tonight, he is 0-3, fans. The team is 0-7, and despite pitching well, but the Royals have given him a total of 9 runs of support in 7.5 games, 7 plus the 5 innings tonight. Gordon will lead it off, and Alex singled his first time up to lead off the 3rd inning, and the Royals had runners on 1st and 3rd after the error by Frazier, but Orlando struck out. Cuthbert popped up, and the threat was over. 1 ball, 1 strike. Alex just one extra base hit his last 15 games, but that was a home run off a lefty. Drew Smyly. Now 3-1. Alex Goodeye, 33 walks this year. And there is ball 4, so a good start for the Royals here in the bottom of the 5th.
Ooh, man, that was close.
And fans, we want you to come to the K for the Baseball Hall of Fame tour. We Are Baseball. It's a one-of-a-kind mobile exhibit featuring artifacts, images, never before seen video, virtual reality, and an IMAX movie. The exhibit galleries will run through August 21st from 10 in the morning till 7 every evening in the Kauffman Stadium parking lot. Purchase your tickets today by calling 800-352-0212 or visit halloffametour.com. There's a familiar face.
Yeah, that looks very interesting.
Eske with a good bunt. Abreu. And they just do get the out at first base.
What a tough play for Saladino, the second baseman. Now, Escobar placed a perfect bunt. That's exactly what you want to do. Make Abreu the first baseman, come field it, leave first base open, but Saladino was a long ways back, and to be able to concentrate on catching that ball and tagging the base on the dead run, ooh, the degree of difficulty is very high there. Nice play by Saladino. And Saladino wasn't exactly cheating either. He wasn't already over there. He came from a long ways away.
Would Mondesi bunt? He has 3 bunt hits in his short stint with the big leagues.
I'd like to take the chances as well as Quintana's been to try to knock him in.
That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, swing it. If you're leading off an inning, that's a good idea. Escobar had the right idea there. Just Saladino's play was.
And
great.
Also, he's batting from the right side, from the left side of the plate. He's been under 4 seconds in a couple of those bunts down the line. On his hands.
Yeah, that pitch was hittable right down the middle. He had a good rip on it too. Just missed it.
Gordon at second with 1 out. And then he goes above the belt to get the swing and the miss, his 5th strikeout of the night. Royals 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position.
Well, he's wanting him to chase that. Mondesi's young, has a tendency to be a little bit aggressive, trying to swing his way to get on, but Quintana's smart pitcher. He's been doing it for a long time.
Now Orlando to center field, shut back, and he makes a fine over the shoulder catch.
Wow,
Rats.
that was beautiful. Tough play there, but there's a good athlete in Shuck. Look at that, he feathered it. Good concentration. Quintana appreciates it.
game, and we have seen one. J.B. Shuck has taken Ian Kennedy deep, but Ian only has allowed that one run. Quintana has wiggled out of a couple of jams, allowed just 2 hits to the Royals, and struck out 5. So Ian works his 6th inning, top of the order. Anderson, Cabrera, Eaton. He's thrown 71 pitches. Strike 1. Both of his strikeouts have come facing Anderson. Tim's first major league hit came off Kennedy. First round pick in 2013, made it to the bigs finally on June 10th. And they played him just about every single game. Two and two. Ian has worked him above the belt with that fastball, striking him out, getting to chase that high heat.
And you know, there's a reason why he uses his fastball. It's a good pitch. He's comfortable with it. It's sneaky. It's not overpowering, but he has really good command with it. And you're going to take your chances. You're going to trust your defense, especially as big as this ballpark is. Kennedy is not afraid to use it. See, he's pitching to the middle of the field there, up, and we've already seen some guys hit. Top of the order, Anderson and Saladino and Shuck, guys that don't have the power. He's going to throw it right there and let them hit it as far as they want to center field. With Paulo Orlando and good legs out there, and with Kane, those balls are going to get caught, so that's why he stays with it.
Ooh. Then he overthrew that changeup. First one he's thrown in a while. Doesn't want to lose this guy. Anderson is a free swinger. Well, he's fouled off about 4 off to that right side, a little late. Walked him. First walk by Ian. Let's answer our sprint trivia question right now. It's about outfielders who have hit over 320 in Royals history. We talked about Willie Wilson and also Johnny Damon.
And then I'm going to say Jermaine Dye.
Yeah, got him. Damon and Dye both did it in 2000, and Willie, of course, did it several times. Melky Cabrera has flied out twice to right field. Royals turned 2 dazzling double plays yesterday. Wow. That must have been Melky determining that I'm swinging at his first pitch. Wherever it is, I'm swinging at it.
Exactly what that was. And he's looking in there. He's hit 2 balls to right field pretty well. First time up, he almost hit it out. Kane caught it on the track. Second time, he lined one to Lorenzo.
Royals don't get many double plays with Kennedy pitching. They've only turned 5 behind him. He's more of a strikeout fly ball pitcher. And that one's lifted to left, right at Alex. And Anderson forgot where the ball was. And now the Royals will double him up. Oh, man. What a throw by Alex.
Well, you're going to see some more nifty work by the middle infielders. Okay, when a guy's running, He doesn't always peek back at the hitter. And so as an infielder, you're going to pretend like the ball was hit on the ground, and you're going to turn a double play. They call this a deke. He tricked him. Look at Escobar. Escobar's going to cover the bag, but he's acting like the throw's coming. Alex saw it, loaded up. Hosmer did a great job. Watch Escobar. See, he's tricking him, and he totally fell for it, the rookie Anderson.
Said, where's the ball? Where's the ball?
He baited him, and Esky saying,
oh, and he's got to touch the bag again.
Hoss does a good job of keeping it in front of him there and letting it land in his glove.
He did everything wrong. Well, you know, we were talking about double plays. That's not what we were thinking. Way to go, Esky and Alex. So 2 outs, nobody on for Eaton, who's 1 for 2. Strike, no 2 count.
It's hard for a runner when you're trying to steal a base. It might have been a hit and run. We don't know that for sure, but you're concentrating on that bag, and the next thing you know, you hear the contact and you're looking all around, and if the fielders are acting like they're going to catch it, you're going to slide. It's fun to do that. Some guys fall for it, a lot of guys don't, because they're able to pick it up on contact. It's all about peeking back when you take off. If it's a hit and run, you got to peek in and see where the ball's hit. Give another outfield assist for Alex Gordon. That gives him 5 on the season.
And not many run on him anymore because of his reputation. Foul back. Breaking ball, Peel, but he did not go. Royals starting pitching, if you include this, goes back the last 11 games. They have thrown well. ERA right around 3.5. That ball whacked towards right. Kane comes on, has to play it in a hop. Juggles it a bit, but Eaton is on.
And he looked like he tweaked his ankle or something out there. It looked like he committed to the ball. He committed to it, and then when he told himself, I can't catch it, I got to stop, it looked like he slowed down a little bit and might have twisted his ankle. Let's take a look at it. Top spin liner, tough one to read. He's coming in. He's going to be all right. Okay, here he's coming. He's going to stop right there. Yeah. Okay, that his right leg, when he put the brakes on, didn't quite buckle, but it caught in the turf.
Now a tough out, and Jose Abreu's really picked things up lately. He had a screaming line drive out to center field his first time up, and then flied out to Gordon and left in the fourth. It came in previous 5 games with 9 hits and 3 of them home runs.
Eaton has 12 steals on the year. But with a big hitter like Abreu up there, and Salvi's throwing out percentage, I think he's thinking twice about stealing. Got a guy that can hit the ball in the gap, score him. Not going to take a chance with that guy's arm.
Kennedy has Abreu down in the count, 0-2. Ian's pitch total right now at 90. And he was at a comfortable 71 starting this inning. A long duel with Anderson walked him, but then Anderson helped out Ian by getting doubled off on the fly ball struck by Cabrera. This is the most pitches he's thrown in any one inning. They think Eaton's going.
He's had several pitches now. 0-2. Put something down in the dirt, something that he might swing at. He's got him in swing mode right here. Not to waste any more pitches. Might have to exercise one of his secondary pitches besides the fastball.
Base hit right field. Eaton turns second, holds there.
Lorenzo came in on that one okay. Looks like he kind of shook off his little leg injury. Stayed with the fastball. 0-2 right down the middle. Not a good pitch.
Last night Edinson Volquez had that rough fifth inning when he got the first 2 outs, but then 5 straight singles by Chicago, and the Royals went from 2 up to 1 down, and White Sox would win in 10 innings, 7-5. Kennedy has had a lot of balls struck foul in this game. That's why his pitch count up to 93. He had Abreu down 0-2. Now he has Morneau down 0-2.
Yeah, with secondary pitches. He's not going with a fastball on Morneau. Runner in scoring position. He can't give him anything too good here, especially. He up an 0-2 base hit to Abreu right down the middle, a fastball.
25 foul balls have been struck in this game off the Royals right-hander. Left field and Gordon. 6 strong innings by Kennedy, and when we come back, Chesler Cuthbert, Lorenzo Cain, Eric Hosmer are coming up. Is brought to you by Thoroughbred Ford. Ready for a great deal on a new Ford? Then it's time to go to Thoroughbred Ford. Here at Kauffman Stadium, the 6th is our Sonic Slam inning. Our contestant is Angie Isom from Kansas City, Missouri. If the Royals hit a home run out of the yard, Angie, you get $1,100. But if the Royals hit a grand slam out of the park, Angie will win $25 grand from Sonic and the Kansas City Royals. Why not now? Cuthbert, he took Quintana deep a couple of times back in June. And he pops it up foul territory, and running out of room is the catcher.
Oh, man.
Narvaez.
Good try on the foul ball catch. Fan got going backwards and
took a tumble.
Landed. Yeah, but he's all right. Good try, sir.
Ouch.
Okay, now watch the Fan here. He had a beat on it. Lost his step. Lost his footing. Went down. It's a good try. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Now another fan gets a souvenir on a line shot down the right field line. Cuthbert 0 for 2. Brother and sis are going to fight over that one. Let me hold it for now. Tried to tease him. Did he go? No, he did not. Chesler came in with a 5-game hit streak. 8 hits in those 5 games, but popped up to center and to second base tonight.
Poor Quintana, he's like a surgeon. He puts that ball exactly where he wants it. Rarely makes mistakes.
Poker face.
Stays down in the zone and he'll elevate with purpose. Comes in, jams hitters, changeup coming.
Hit to short. Anderson has it, guns it across the diamond in time. 1 out.
Get him sitting on the fastball, pull the string. Got the ground ball.
Royals have scored 16 runs in their last 3 games. Even did some damage against a great left-hander in Chris Sale last night. Quintana has kept them in check all evening long. There is strike 1. Well, he's been putting him on the defensive with that first pitch curve for strike 1.
That's backdoor. He doesn't use it all that often, but he likes to throw it first pitch, get me over. Wow. Yeah, just dissecting the dish.
He really attacks that strike zone, gets a lot of early count outs.
I like how Narvaez is catching him. He's doing a nice job. You can watch him, and it makes him look good because Quintana's putting it exactly where he wants it. Narvaez getting an opportunity to catch with Alex Avila out. Avila has a right hamstring strain.
Well, he's fortunate to have a catcher who can bat left-handed.
That's perfect command. He wanted it in, he comes in. Just, you know, not way in, but in enough to where it's off the plate and gets the foul ball or the jam shot. So when you're facing a guy like this, it's very tough. You just have to be ready for the mistake, and you can't miss it if you get it.
Lorenzo Cain lines it back, and look what Quintana found. Threw up his glove.
Now that's the fastball that he missed. It was up, and Lorenzo Cain got it. You can't control whatever happens after you barrel it. Good reaction. I'm not sure that Saladino, the second baseman, would have gotten to that, but it would have been a tough chance for him to throw out Cain.
Now Hosmer. Eric 0 for 2 with a fly out and ground out. Ball 1.
He's throwing that first pitch curve to both righties and lefties now. Royals third time through the order on Quintana. Plenty of chances to see what he's got, and what he's got is not good to hit. He's dealing. But the third time through, that's when teams have had the most success, and that's a typical number after you've seen a guy twice.
Teased him again with that breaking ball away.
Good job by Haas to keep that front shoulder tucked. Keep it in. Teasing him. Quintana. Expressionless.
Full count.
29 other teams love to have this left-hander. I guarantee you that.
I tell you, I can't believe the Mets and the Yankees both gave up on him.
Oh.
Left him unprotected. Hosmer with a high fly ball, right center field. A long run for Adam Eaton, but he gets there. Too much loft. And that will end it. And we are through 6. White Sox lead at 1-0.
Back out there, there'll be some action in the bullpen, and our Panera around the league sees Washington beating Cleveland, Texas right now over Colorado, Minnesota shutting out Houston. It's an Astros team that designated Carlos Gomez for assignment today. Our Lee Summit Mazda game break. We show the catches by fans every now and then. How about the miss? Check this out in Pittsburgh. We'll show it to you again. There's a plate of nachos and a Miller Lite flying, and a plate of nachos to the face. He just wore it. The video goes on and on. You can check it out online. His girlfriend or wife looked extremely embarrassed. They gave him a new shirt. Expensive ball to catch or miss there, guys.
I'll say, you know, it's probably about $30 worth of food for an $8 baseball. Just ain't worth it.
Well, that's a tough juggling act right there. But what are you going to do? I mean, you want the baseball. You see it coming at you. You want to make the play, sir.
You want to make your
Good
wife
try.
proud. She's going, I can't believe it. I'm so embarrassed. But he did get a new free T-shirt.
Clean up on aisle 9.
T-shirt toss. Like a boss. Pittsburgh Pirates. Narvaez 0 for 2. He's flied out and grounded out.
Kennedy, a fly ball pitcher. He's doing exactly that. Keeping the ball in the yard, using that high fastball, staying in the large part of the field.
Brian Flynn warming in the Kansas City bullpen.
Oh, it's nice to be in the big leagues. Brian will tell you that. That fan, air-conditioned fan right there.
Oh, they don't have that down in the minors?
No. Now the facilities in the minors have changed since the old days. I mean, they're not playing in old ballparks anymore. Many of the parks, most of them are all redone and brand new and beautiful facilities. I talked to some scouts that go around and they scout minor leagues, and they talk about the facilities, how great they are, but still, it's not the big leagues.
Ian wants to go after this guy. He does, and gets yet another foul off.
Nice strikes to balls ratio for Kennedy. Good job. He's throwing strikes. A lot of foul tips, a lot of foul offs tonight.
And then he lost him. Second walk. Time now for our T-Mobile greater coverage of baseball. The Minnesota Twins, they lead all of baseball, averaging almost 6 runs per game since July 1st. Rookie outfielder Max Kepler, who was born in Berlin, Germany, 12 home runs, most in the major leagues.
Twins are coming on strong now.
Yeah, they lead 5-0 over Houston. That game is being delayed by rain. The Royals will play the Twins after tomorrow night, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Saladino popped up, flied out. This may be the last batter that Ian faces with the lefty Shuck next. Flare towards right, and that's a base hit. And here comes Ned, and I think we will see the lefty to face J.B. Shuck.
Kennedy battled, kept his team in the game, gave up 6 White Sox hits, just 1 run. It was a solo shot. Great job. Way to battle.
So our Chevy call to the bullpen. 6'7" Brian Flynn coming on.
Hey, White Sox on top 1-0. Tell you what, just like we promised you early in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Ian Kennedy did a nice job. He kept his team right in the game. Had a couple of punch outs, had 26 foul balls tonight. A lot of taxing swings, and he just missed the strike zone, but I'll tell you, he kept him in there, and he's using that fastball. He was dominant, only one run, and it was a solo shot off of J.B. Shuck's bat.
And now Flynn will face that man, J.B. Shuck. See Brian's numbers, 3.09 ERA, but lefty's only batting .174. Ball one.
One for all those foul offs, he'd still be in the game. It taxes pitch count.
But offense has certainly been the story because he's only received 9 total runs of support HUD in his last 8 starts.
And he can't control that one bit.
No.
Neither can Quintana. Ooh.
Up the middle, base hit. Will send the runner. The throw by Orlando. Got him.
Joe McEwen, third base coach. He took a chance, but with 2 outs, there's not a third base coach in the league that's not going to send their runner there. That's a good try, but Paulo's throw was perfect. Third outfield assist. First from center field. Great technique. Picks it up on his left foot. Look at Haas. One hopper. That was perfect, and that's exactly what it took. You can't blame Super Joe McEwen. Joe, you were counting on him getting thrown out with a perfect tag, and oh man, look at now. Ventura thinks that by the great slide by Narvaez got his hand in there, and that's an excellent play.
Look at the end though, HUD, the way he still tried to reach back knowing he didn't touch the plate.
Well,
and I think Sal got him originally anyway.
We're going to review it.
I mean, this can't be clear and convincing to overturn it, as the White Sox will make the challenge.
Great throw. I mean, that is perfect. That's money. That's right where you want it.
Sal's going to get a drink of water.
Just a one hopper just offside of the third base side of home.
There's the glove.
Paulo showing off that throwing arm from right field. Did he get the plate?
Watch him reach back again.
Salvi's the one who didn't think he got the tag on him, but you could see him. He did get the tag on his shoulder as he went back to try to tag Narvaez. Good try. I don't look like he got the plate on that angle there.
Well, Hoberg certainly thought he got the tag down because he punched him out even before Sal got up and went back to tag him just in case. You know, they always talk about those 2 words, clear and convincing. It must be to overturn the call on the field.
And I'm thinking that Pat Hoberg saw the tag made and didn't see the sliding runner touch the plate with his hand. He had a clear, good view of it.
Yeah, you would think it would have to be clear and convincing to prove to the umpires watching in New York that he did touch home plate.
Tell you what, Narvaez he's impressive. I'm like his first time I've ever seen the young man play. And he looks good. He looks good with the bat. He's calling a great game for Quintana, and he's showing a little bit of athleticism, some speed. Now, the throw was over the middle of the plate. I thought it was a little bit more towards the third base side, but still, it's an excellent throw.
Well, they're taking a long look in New York, and this is a key moment in this game with the Royals struggling offensively to get some offense started against Quintana, who's been a master tonight, giving the Royals just 2 hits through 6 innings. The Royals 7-3 against Chicago this year. White Sox won last night 7-5 in 10 innings. You just hate it when it takes this long, because Brian Flynn went out there, warmed up, and I thought he might throw a few more pitches with Sal, but this is taking an enormous amount of time. Out.
That's the second time this season that the Royals have had 2 outfield assists in one game.
A 3-minute 55-second challenge.
Omar Narvaez with a great attempt, but to no avail. And Ned is going to relieve Flynn. It's
Peter Moylan will face the right-hander Anderson when we come back.
top of the 7th, 2 outs. White Sox up 1-0. Call stands, and we'll watch this play again. Flynn comes in, gives up for 1 batter, 1 hit, but he gets an out thanks to Paulo. 3rd outfield assist. It was a beauty. Salvi is able to get the tag on him after a long replay. The call stood.
Now our Chevy pitching change. Peter Moylan, the sinker slider, and he gets that sinker. First pitch for strike 1 to Anderson.
He's been really good recently.
He has stepped up in a big way with Hochevar and Davis on the DL.
Yep, he's been getting that breaker over. He's got about a 2-foot breaker. A little slider, sinker slider.
And there's the slider. 0-2. He's the only active major league player from Melbourne, Australia. He said it was cold there today. Winter there and summer here. Yeah. Good job by Peter. Morales, Perez, Gordon coming up.
Come on, get him some runs, boys.
the year, 2 hits allowed through 6 innings.
He's dealing, putting that ball exactly where he wants it. Up out of the zone, down out of the zone. Inside jamming guys. Look at that. Painted the corner. 5 strikeouts on the night, and helping himself with some fine reaction defense there. When you don't make a mistake and you're hitting your spots, it's tough to score runs and get on base.
1 walk, 5 strikeouts. Morales, though, has taken him deep twice. The Mantis is going to eat you alive. There's still 3 innings left for the Mantis to be appeased. Down the line, backhanded, dropped by Frazier. Still has time to throw out Morales.
That ball took all kinds of wicked hops on him there. Before it even got to him, it kicked up to the left. And then when he caught it, it bounced. Watch this. Good hard hit, had some topspin on it. Took 2 funny bounces on him, but he's able to rebound. He knew who was running. Had some time. He's talking about that bad hop out there. He's telling the umpire about it.
Five ground ball outs. Tana has induced. Now Salvi, who he struck out twice, once swinging, once looking. Razor sharp. Sal to center field. It will drop in front of Shuck.
Like how Salvi, he just kind of feathered this out here. Look, he recognized it was an off-speed pitch, but he just trusted his hands, kept him back, and just laid it out there to center field. Nice swing.
Now Gordon, who's been on twice with a single and a walk. Is that batting average up over 200 again? Ned Yost talking about Alex's struggles this year on the offensive side in 2016, and he said he is so businesslike. He's tough to read. You can't tell whether he's 10 for 10 or 0 for 20. He's the same every single day.
Great demeanor to have in this sport.
What's Dale been working with him on?
Dale just watches the hitters hit, and if they need help, they come to him. He doesn't go to them and say, hey, let me help you a little bit here. Not at this level. He's going to let these guys hit until they come to him. And so far, Alex hasn't came to him and said, hey, let's work on some things. He has the same stance he's had for a while, and he's going to have to make some adjustments as the year goes on, and maybe in the off season, maybe even change some of his mechanics a little bit in his swing to try to get him clear to where he can use that ball. He can use the whole field a little bit more. He still wants to pull the ball. He fights his power. He's got some pop, but he's going to have to do like Moose did. Moose was a dead pull hitter until he started going to the opposite field, and he made some adjustments, and he became a different type of hitter. And Alex can do the same thing. He'd like to get him to back off the plate a little bit. He suggested to him to back off like Hosmer has, and to free open that inside part of the plate so it's a little bit more on the meat of his bat. But, you know, you can lead the horse to water, but you can't always make them drink, and until they get thirsty enough, they'll start drinking it. But look, it's tough. Hitters, I can't tell you, if you adjust 1 inch in that box, it seems like a foot. I mean, that's just how accustomed they are to their stances in that box next to the plate. And when you've been doing it for so long, it's tough to make the changes.
He's worked a full count.
But I would like to see Alex do a Moustakas and just work on everything opposite field. Everything. He's going to open up his batting average. He's going to hit for a higher average, and then he'll recognize those pitches in it. It didn't hurt Moose's home run production.
To first. They will not get Gordon. And quite frankly, Hud, I was surprised that Abreu didn't come back, touch the bag, and get Sal in a rundown.
Well, it's a reaction play. Abreu is concentrating on getting the out the conventional way. He had, let's see where he was. He had a chance to go step on that bag. Certainly had a hard time getting it out of his glove. There was no chance. Good for the Royals.
Escobar had the big 9th inning hit last night that tied the game at 4. Rope one through the gap between the shortstop and third baseman. That scored Chester Cuthbert, who had doubled. That the Royals might have something on, perhaps a hit and run. Quintana throws upstairs. Nate Jones, who was excellent in his 8th inning of work last night with a 1-2-3 inning, starts to warm for Chicago. In there, 2-1. Esky thought it was up.
Quintana, he's been working that upper part of the strike zone all night long. He just caught the very tip of the corner there.
Chases Gordon back to first. The Royals have not attempted a steal.
This is Quintana's 20th start. Excuse me, 21st start against the Royals in his career. And it's the best that I've seen him in my 5 years here.
Escobar to center field, but directly at J.B. Shuck. Find your summer of fun with great deals at the Ram Summer Clearance Event. We rarely want to see the Salvi slash by the Rally Mantis. You know, we got those 2 wins with the praying mantis, and my goodness, there's a lot of excitement about it in Kansas City.
Check out Chris Young in his last 3 outings. He's been really good. Nice to see him back on beam. Knew that he could be effective out of the bullpen. Things didn't go well for him early. He got a little injury as a starter in his forearm, but his last 3, look at that. Just giving up 2 hits.
And Rex, just seeing him one time through, it's got to be tough for a hitter.
Yeah, you know what? He's had one of his best seasons with strikeouts.
He is 6'10", so you don't see too many relievers coming out of the bullpen who are 6'10" and standing on a hill.
And they throw 88, 89 miles an hour, but he's got 76 strikeouts and 71 2/3 coming in. That's pretty good. Whenever you have more strikeouts than innings pitched, that tells you you're a strikeout pitcher, minus the velocity.
Melky, good success, 4 for 9 against the Royals right-hander. Three and 0. And a high strike. Quintana's thrown 95 pitches. I'm not sure if he's going to come back for the 8th. The Royals have Mondesi, Orlando, and Cuthbert. 3 right-handers coming up. Mondi, of course, a switch hitter who would be batting from the right side against Quintana. They did have Jones warming up, but he's no longer up in that pen. This tells you Quintana likely would come back out.
Fastball slider. He has a changeup, but rarely uses it. When he's on, it's that belt high, right above the belt. He pops guys up, flies them out.
Outside, ball 4. Make sure you come out to the K for the next T-shirt Tuesday giveaway when the New York Yankees are in town. That's August 30th. The first 10,000 fans will receive a T-shirt featuring Eat, Sleep, Royals. That's what we do. To see the sign and get your tickets, visit Royals.com/T-shirt Tuesday. Now Eaton. Popped him up. Cuthbert. 1 out. Young knows how difficult and hot Abreu has been. He's 1 for 3. Hit the ball hard all 3 times. Lining out, flying out, singling to right. Royals play him to pull, and he takes a shot at the right field.
And I don't know why they keep playing him to pull. He gets a majority of his hits, at least against us, to the right side.
Well, I guess when he hits it on the ground, the graphs show that majority of the time he's pulling it. Royals are straight up in the outfield, as straight up as you can be. Melky only with 1 stolen base this year.
There you go. And we just played him a handful of games, but he's geared to right field. But Mike Jersley has all the spray charts. And there you go.
Hit him where they ain't. 2 on, 1 out.
Second hit to right field today. for Abreu. Pitches away. They're staying away from him, but that's where he's looking. He's rarely does he pull for power. His power comes right center. He's a big guy, but he doesn't like the inner half to try to turn and burn and pull balls foul. He stays inside the ball.
Saw pitching coach Dave Ireland. He received a marvelous start from Ian Kennedy, who gave up just 1 run in 6 1/3 innings. Young, the third relief pitcher used. KC went with Flynn, then Moylan to get 2 outs. And now Young here in the 8th. Morneau got that single in the 2nd inning, but since then has flied to right and flied to left. Young has him perhaps in strikeout mode, and he punches that one to Hosmer, who gets the lead man at second base, but no throw as Morneau down that line, and it'll be 1st and 3rd with 2 out for Todd Frazier.
That's a no-brainer and a nice play by Haas. Take the easy out in front of you. Young got him on the slider down.
Young always tough against right-handed batters. Ball 1. He's held opponents to a .227 average in his career, 4th lowest among active pitchers, trailing Clayton Kershaw, Joaquin Benoit, Chris Sale of the Sox.
Now, is Young pitching around Frazier? But Deoner Navarro is not on deck like last night. This guy, this young hitter and the catcher, Nomar
Narvaez.
I'm having a hard time with his name. He looks like he's pretty hungry.
But don't you think that just the righty-righty matchup, Young's always tough on righties?
Yeah, I'm just saying he could pitch around him, but he'll take the out.
Escobar to Mondesi, inning over. Raul will lead things off and back to the top of the order.
Go ahead, set that table up.
Jose Quintana back on the hill. It has been all him tonight. Entered the game, guys, with the 3rd lowest ERA in the American League. As of right now, he is the American League leader in ERA at 2.80.
Mondesi gets it down, but is thrown out by Todd Frazier for the first out at the bottom of the 8th inning.
Yep, Frazier was waiting on that. Mondesi, good try, but he was sneaking up. There you go. Look at the earned run. There he is. He's taken over the league. Aaron Sanchez, the Royals put some runs on him.
Duffy will go tomorrow.
Yep. Danny Duffy sneaking in there. I like it. He can lower his.
I've always thought Quintana one of the most underrated pitchers in the game. You go back the last few years, he has a higher WAR rating, wins above replacement, than Bumgarner, Cueto, and Felix Hernandez. There's a shot down the line. That's good news. Orlando around first. He'll make it to second. And the Royals have the tying run in scoring position with just 1 man out.
Yeah, 16th double. That'll work. Always aggressive, looking for the first pitch to do some damage. He's going to come in. All right. Paulo pulled his hands in. Quintana been living in there on righties all night long, but he had a sense that it was coming in there. Hooked the bag. Number 16 gets his 16th double. 1 out. Robin Ventura coming in, saying, you know what? Maybe it's time that I go to the pen.
He's got 2 right-handers coming up in the rookie Cuthbert and the veteran Kane.
Quintana used to pitching with 1 run. That's all his team gives him usually. It's a rare day when they give him 3, but he's doing everything he can, and one heck of a job.
So a pat on the back. They gave him 1. Now it's time for the Royals to get to Nate Jones.
Whew, they're happy to get that guy Quintana out of there. Great outing by him.
For Paulo Orlando at second base.
Well, I'm a little bit surprised that he pulled him after just 97 pitches. He had as many as 117 pitches just 2 starts ago this season. So he may not be thrilled about coming out. But Ventura's this is the field general, and he's going to make the move. He's going to Nate Jones.
Jones has been excellent lately and got the Royals in order and faced these 2 guys to start the 8th. He got Cuthbert on a ground out to second and then struck out Kane. He goes after the first pitch and drives it to right center field. It is in between Eaton and Cuthbert's done it again as he ties the game. Orlando scoring.
There you go. Robin's got some indigestion starting to boil right now. His left-hander, the ERA leader of the American League, was dealing on the Royals. And 97 pitches, he had enough to get through this inning, you would think, but Robin Ventura went out, brought in Nate Jones. First pitch, gapper.
This is our Chrysler drive of the game. Great balance.
Beautiful stroke. Let the ball travel deep. Hands inside the ball and dropped it perfectly. It didn't have a line drive. It had some air under it, but it was placed perfectly. And that's timely.
Tom Pashorek, who's the broadcaster for the Chicago White Sox, came to me during batting practice, and he goes, "I love that number 19 kid." And I said, "Let me introduce you." I introduced him to Chester Cuthbert. The first thing he said, like, "Young man, I like it how your back shoulder doesn't drop down." Perfect balance.
Little emergency hack right there.
Chesler told me that his dad, Lewis, who wasn't a great baseball player, hurt his arm growing up in Nicaragua, but he loved the game so much that he taught Chesler, and Chesler said, "A lot of the drills that my dad did with me as a kid, the Royals do here." 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Mid and upper 90s fastball. He'll cut it, slider, changeup.
A lot of room in left center. Check swing. Did he go? He did. Oh, man.
Got him on a slider last night. Yep, Lorenzo just couldn't lay off of it. That's exactly where Jones is going to put it. He's not going to give him anything out over the plate.
They don't have anybody up in the bullpen. I thought they might have a lefty ready for Eric Hosmer, but no one got up in that pen. Well, he got Hosmer out on a fly to left last night. But Eric Dew, 2 hits last night, 0 for 3 tonight. Strike 1.
Haas has been a clutch performer. Go ahead RBIs. He's right there. Top 4.
Chopper. Jones will field it, and that will do it for the Royals, but they tie it on back-to-back doubles by Orlando and Cuthbert.
Well, beautiful way they put it together. No one feels worse than Robin Ventura, though.
Tie it. Last night they tied it in the 9th. Kelvin Herrera gave up a 3-run home run to Todd Frazier. And Kelvin pitching in his 52nd game this year.
Been getting a lot of usage. It's the first time all year that the opponent average is over 200. And he went to his slider a lot last night. See if he stays more with his fastball changeup. Now he might bring in the slider as a show me pitch, but you can see the last 7 days has been some usage there.
How about some early count outs? He's got Narvaez, Saladino, and Shuck. Delivers ball 1. Narvaez 0 for 2 with a walk. Little high.
You know, and Robin Ventura, when he made that decision to bring out Quintana with 97 pitches thrown, remember, his pitching coach Donnie Cooper got tossed in the first inning. Very first inning. I mean, maybe the second batter of the game. So he didn't have his pitching coach there with him. He made that decision to go to converse with Rick Renteria as his bench coach. And Herrera's fallen behind 3-0.
And Sanchez, I'm sure, getting loose just in case Narvaez gets on to pinch run. Herrera usually has tremendous command, but you saw the amount of times the Royals have used him lately, including the 29 pitches last Friday. Right down the middle. This is only the 6th major league game for Omar Narvaez. To center field, Orlando. Oh, can't hold on.
Great try. And I'm not pinch running for Narvaez. That guy, he can run. He almost scored from second base on a hard hit ball from center.
Almost. Sanchez is faster and Carlos is coming out.
Well, I like the kid. What I'm seeing from this Narvaez, he's a competitor. He's competing tonight. He's had great at bats. He's called a great game. And Paulo made a good effort on that. He broke in on contact, but just, you know, couldn't get there in time on the sinking liner. That kid's opening some eyes.
Now Saladino, he was a pretty good bunter. Cuthbert in. Ball 1. They did call it a strike. I did not see that right arm come up. Beg your pardon. Tough to bunt 98.
Better believe that. Do him a favor if you throw him a slider. It's easier to bunt. Ball's moving down. Easier to get the top part of the ball. Straight 98. You got to really work on getting on top of the ball. You want it down, you don't want to pop it up.
Now they have him swinging away, and he does drop in the slider for a 1-2 count. Now Cuthbert will be able to back up at third. Saladino barks at the umpire, didn't like the call. Orlando has it. Sanchez is going to second, and he is out. Orlando with 2 big assists tonight.
Third Royals outfield assist in one game, and not a good decision. Sanchez, when I saw him turn around and go back to first, and then I saw Paulo get in back of the ball, I'm telling myself, good, go. And Paulo's accuracy, great pickup by Escobar. That's a short hop pick. And look at Paulo, had some momentum coming forward whenever you're getting back of the ball. And Sanchez bit off a little more than he could chew, and Herrera's thrilled about that.
Maybe you're right. Maybe they should have kept Narvaez in there to run.
I'm just saying, the kid, he looked like he had pretty good speed for a catcher.
Well, I'm talking about decision making.
Well, sure. Look, now that's a tough part of the job. The skippers, they call that the hot seat. It's a tough job to manage. Don't ever care to, myself personally.
First time the Royals have had 3 assists by outfielders in a game since 2013. 1 by Gordo and 2 by Paulo. Shuck has a 3-0 count.
Sanchez's defense, look, he tried to make something happen.
Strike. Shuck took a 2-0 fastball from Kennedy and hammered it out back in the third. That's the only Chicago offense. Gordon. Alex with a dive. Defense is delightful in the ninth. Paulo and Alex Gordon. Wow.
The Gordinator taking care of the third out for Herrera. Getting picked up. Nice play.
Orlando terrific in center. Gordon outstanding in left. And the rally mantis is still alive. Playing his air guitar. Deanna Navarro is the new catcher.
Good numbers there against Jones. Tony's got a cut fastball, slider, and a changeup.
Strike 2.
Royals with 6 walk-off wins. That fan's got a nice little rally hat working, hoping it can happen. Morales going to have to lay off of that slider because that's exactly where Nate Jones is going to throw it this next one. Little bit anxious.
Kendrick 1 for 3, a single back in the 4th.
Oh,
and then he ropes one into left center field, and Gerard Dyson, I believe, will be coming out of that Royals dugout.
Wow, what a mistake by Jones. An 0-2 pitch that was saying hit me all over it. And when you When your designated hitter, Kendrys Morales, gets a hit, that's like putting on nitro on the bases, because Jarrod Dyson, especially this late in the game. Look at this. Now 0-2. I thought for sure he's going to throw another slider down. He threw a fastball up that was belt high right for Morales. Nice hit, going with it.
You would think with that little slow windup that he has, that hitch in his windup, that he might be easy to steal on. We'll see. A little calling card.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see. You know, but we haven't seen too many managers pitch out on Dyson, but it doesn't really make a difference. You still got to make a good solid throw into second base, but the sooner he goes, the better. Let's make sure he goes home. He might want to see one time Nate Jones come to the plate just so Rusty can get a time on him. Last few times Jarrod's been out there, he hadn't gone till the third and fourth pitches.
Now the crowd gets after him.
Navarro getting his signs from Rick Renteria as their bench coach.
And Deanna has only thrown out 5 runners all year long.
So Salvi's going to take a pitch, maybe 2, to let Jarrod go. Now, right-handers can see out of their peripheral vision better than left-handed batters, so you can see if Jarrod's going to get a jump.
He goes. They pitch out. The throw. He is out.
There you go. Renteria did a nice job, the bench coach there, of helping Navarro on the pitch out. It looked close, but Navarro put the ball on the first base side of second base. See, now he's got plenty of chances to throw there. Stayed on top with his throwing stroke and put it on the perfect side for Saladino. And he's out. I had a feeling the pitch out was coming. Dyson caught for the 6th time.
Two outs. Royals fans, next time you want to grab Royals seats, get the StubHub app. Not only will you find seats you'll love, you can find the best seat for your buck when you sort by best value. We take the price and location of seats and show you which tickets at StubHub give you the best deal. Get the StubHub app today. Here is Alex Gordon. Alex has been on all 3 times with a single, a walk, and reached center fielder's choice. There's a drive, right center field, up against the wall. Gordon will make it to second base and hold there with 2 out.
All right, there's a little life. Nate Jones staying up with that fastball. Going to get in trouble if he keeps leaving it up there. That ball's above the belt, and Alex crushed it, jumped right on it. Good, nice, easy, level swing. 10th double.
The guy who came through in the clutch last night is now at the plate in Alcides Escobar for that game-tying single in the 9th, and they will intentionally walk him to get to the kid.
Hey, now, if that ball gets too close to home, Escobar's saying, hey, he's going to get right up on that plate. You can swing at it if it's close to the plate. He's right up on there. Now he made Jones. He's not used to having and throwing these intentional walks. I like Escobar up there on top of that dish.
Well, we have seen some rookies come through in walk-off fashion this year. Certainly Brett Eibner in his big league debut came through in an incredible comeback over American League Central foe earlier this year, and Robin Ventura comes out to talk with Jones. He's had 2 pitchers, a righty and a lefty, warming in the bullpen.
Okay, now Jones looked like to me when Ventura asked him how he's feeling, he said, hey, look, leave me in. I want this hitter. He's got 2 outs. So Ventura, unlike what he did with Quintana, leaving Jones in now. Adam Eaton, the right fielder. He's got 16 outfield assists. So if he pulls one out there hard, it's going to be a tough play at the plate. Shuck has a good arm, but center fielders are hard to throw out. He's got 4 outfield assists. It's hard to throw anybody out. Melky Cabrera has 9 outfield assists from left field. Not too bad an arm. And they're in shallow. Alex can concentrate on getting a good secondary lead. That's the lead after the pitch.
Fouled off, strike 1. Gordon with the 2-out double. Escobar with the intentional walk. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Outfielders shallow, like I said, they're looking for that play at the plate. They're not respecting any over the head power by Mondesi, and really they don't need it. Lousy single can win it.
We went with that slider, and it was a good one.
This is when you spread out, choke up on the bat a little bit with 2 strikes, and just try to put the ball in play. Just meet it. And that's what he's doing. He's choking up just a little.
And he swings and misses at that slider and strikes out. So we'll go to extra innings for the 2nd straight night. 2 left on. The Royals have left 8. The White Sox have left 8. Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Top 10, Joakim Soria on for the 49th time this year. He will face the top of the order, Anderson, Cabrera, and Eaton.
Joakim, 4 pitches, fastball, slider, big curveball, changeup. 90 to 95. We've seen him this year. His clock as high as 95. Better around 92, 93. Has better command. There you go, right there.
Anderson 0 for 3 with a walk, but all 3 outs, strikeouts. Anderson's walks to strikeout ratio rather desperate. He's only walked 4 times all year long and struck out 65 times. Just a rookie. Played 2 months in the bigs. And now 1-2. Chicago led for much of this game after Shuck's home run. The Royals tied it in the 8th. Back-to-back doubles by Orlando and Cuthbert. Joakim pitched last night, set down the side in order, fanning Melky Cabrera to end the inning. Now he starts the 10th inning by striking out Anderson, and now he'll face Melky Cabrera.
Joakim pulled out some good pitches. Now there's that split finger he's been using. We've seen that. Now that's where he wants it down. That's the pitch where he wants down. The pitch that he gave that he threw in Tampa to Brad Miller for the walk-off was one of those, but it was up. It hung about belt high, and so that's the one he wants to make sure he keeps down below the knees.
Cabrera 0 for 3. Strike 1. One of his best seasons with the Royals back in 11. Over 200 hits that year. Advantage Soria. Final game of this series and final game of this homestand is tomorrow night. Great seats available. Danny Duffy on the hill. Miguel Gonzalez will be throwing for the Sox. Melky helping out Salvi by chasing that ball down in the dirt.
Don't understand that part of the game.
It's being a good citizen. It's called sportsmanship. Something you rarely played with. I'm just kidding. Barely missed that outside corner, and now it's full. Throw that again, he might get the call.
Yeah, and you know, he doesn't. He throws from the stretch, but he doesn't have to come to a stop. There's nobody on base. You can use that stretch to your advantage by doing that. That's one thing we'll watch Danny Duffy do tomorrow. When he pitches from the stretch, he won't come stop. He'll come in and sometimes he will come stop, and it really affects the hitter's timing. That's what that's all about.
Staying away. Ground ball. Escobar won't reach it. Cabrera is on.
Stayed with that. Now he obviously knew that Soria wasn't going to challenge him there, and you know, Melky, being the professional hitter that he is, he just stayed with his approach, and he went with the pitch.
Doesn't run as much as he used to. Melky will turn 32 tomorrow. Eaton, a tough guy to double, swings and misses at the first pitch. Two and one.
He's trying to stay away from Eaton's power. I don't blame him. If you middle in, he can hurt you.
Three balls, one strike. Power part of the order is coming up next in Abreu and Morneau and Frazier.
It's the powerful part of their lineup.
Eaton ground ball third. They've got one. That's all they'll get.
Eaton stayed inside. Good inside slash. Cuthbert gets it one out for sure. That's all you want.
One thing with Eaton hitting third really takes his ability to run away with Abreu up, because you want to let this guy swing. He's an extra base hit guy.
Yeah, and obviously by Ventura moving him to the third spot, they realize they're not going to be world beaters in steals. They're not going to lead the league in any of that, so they're trying to adjust their offense.
And Mondesi not as close to second base as he was earlier facing Abreu when he got 2 hits to right field. Another hit for Abreu, first and second with 2 out.
Slow curve. A right-handed hitter has time to pull it. He's out in front. He's leaning. If it's a fastball, he hits it to right, but it was a curve and he had time.
Morneau not much success against Soria. He had a big hit in that 10th inning last night with the double. He hooked a slider thrown by Kelvin Herrera down around his shoe tops and ripped a double into the right field corner.
Eaton's not the one you want on second base in this situation, because he flies. He can run. He carves the corner well.
Strike two. Morneau with 5 hits in this series, 5 straight. His last 4 times up yesterday, and then a single his first time up, but since then 2 flyouts and a ground out. Tapper back to Jack, and Soria will throw him out. Sox lead 2. We've got the top of the order coming up. Orlando, Cuthbert, and Kane. If anybody gets on, Eric Hosmer. Praying mantises, they are patient. In the 3rd inning, J.B. Shuck went deep, and the praying mantises were patient, and they waited all the way until the 8th inning, and the Royals came through. Cuthbert's double scored Orlando. Game summary. 1-1 game, 18 hits, a lot of runners left. The Royals now facing Jacob Turner, who hasn't pitched that much this year. Turner, only his 7th big league game for the Chicago White Sox this year.
Well, what we saw last night from him was a low to mid-90s fastball. Had a little bit of sink to it and a big curve. Maybe not a big curve, but a bender.
Orlando takes strike 1.
Surprised he wasn't on that. He's always swinging first pitch.
Deep short. Anderson, long throw. What a play. Wow.
Placed it just right, did Paulo, but he didn't get out of the box. Looked like he slipped, or he just didn't get out a good jump out there. The kid Anderson got on top of it nicely.
Now Cuthbert. Strike 1. Center field. Shuck will take care of it, and very quickly 2 outs in the 10th. Follow the Royals live on your phone and tablet with MLB.com @bat app. Stay up to the moment with game day video highlights and more. Blackout and other restrictions do apply. Download MLB.com @bat, the #1 app for live Royals baseball on your phone and tablet. Here is Lorenzo Cain with 2 out. Strike one, so Turner coming out of that pen very quickly, getting strike one to the first three batters that he's faced. Showed you earlier that Kane has done most of his damage against these White Sox. 9 home runs, 41 RBIs. Fouls that one off. Both numbers are the most he has against any opponent.
Continuing to pound the sliders down on Lorenzo, and until he stops swinging at it, they're going to keep pitching him there. Unless they make a mistake up. He's got to look up. Good spot there. That's a 98.
And then he chases that slider and strikes out. Turner does his job in the 10th. We head to the 11th inning. Chin-Min Wong will be the pitcher. Presented by the authority of the Kansas City Royals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Kansas City Royals. Chin-Min Wong comes out of that bullpen. He will face the guy who beat the Royals last night, Todd Frazier. Frazier over 4.
Chin-Ming's ERA is 4.89. He'll use a sinker slider combination. Wants to keep the ball down, especially against this guy.
And he smacks the first pitch up the middle for a base hit. Deoner Navarro will be the batter. And Navarro this year does have 1 sacrifice hit.
Joe McEwen, third base coach. He's busy flashing signs.
Ball one.
Frazier surprisingly has 8 steals. He's been caught twice. Power hitter with a little bit of speed, a little quickness.
We told you that Cleveland already lost in an afternoon game today to Washington, 7-4. Bunt, good one. We'll just wait and tag Navarro. And Frazier moves into scoring position. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Now the batter, Saladino. He has seen the Royals pull off 2 fine defensive plays while he's been swinging the bat. He cracks this one to Escobar, who looks at third, goes to first, and gets Saladino there.
Yeah, it was tempting for Escobar to throw Todd Frazier out of third base, but Frazier was busting it. And Escobar said, I'm not going to take a chance to throw this ball away here. I'll take the easy out. But you can see Frazier, he's coming over on one he probably shouldn't have, but Escobar decided to take the easy out.
Now Shuck, who's responsible for the 1 Chicago run, the solo home run back in inning number 3. White Sox have left 10. The Royals have left 8. Starts him off down and in. Sal's got to really be aware of blocking that ball in the dirt. Boy, and this was a backhand.
Yep, and that's why Frazier took the chance to go to third base just in case, any pass ball or any bouncing ball, and try to get that go-ahead run. Shucks had a good game. Made a great catch on Paulo Orlando's drive earlier out in center field. He's doing a nice job. Didn't know he could play as good as center field.
And that robbed the Royals of a run because Gordon was at second base when that catch was made.
Yeah.
We shall see the rookie with runners on first and third.
Yep. Wong wanted no part of Shuck.
And the kid Hud has struck out 4 times. Twice by Kennedy, once by Moylan, once by Soria. He certainly hasn't let his lack of offense bother his defense. Made a tremendous play to throw out Orlando to start that bottom of the 10th inning. One ball, one strike.
Only 4 other major leaguers have struck out 5 times this year. He'd be the 5th if he strikes out here. Not a category you want to be in.
Down 1-2. Long hasn't pitched since August 3rd at the Trop.
There's the hat trick, the golden sombrero, and 5, I guess, would be the Cinco sombrero.
Just a little bit high. Oh my goodness. That will give Chicago the lead. Tim Anderson with 4 strikeouts got one on his hands and fisted it over Eric Hosmer's head for a base hit and a 2-1 lead. Incredible.
A lot better than that 5th strikeout. That ball was on his fist.
For him, yeah, but
and he just dumped it out there. Haas couldn't have pulled that down if he was on a trampoline.
the inning started with a Frazier single, then the Navarro sacrifice. Saladino grounded out, but a walk and a bloop single to right sent the White Sox in front 2-1. That will get out of play, and it will even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, one more between these two teams tomorrow night. Danny Duffy throwing for Kansas City. Miguel Gonzalez going for Chicago. Danny 8-1 on the year. He's won 7 straight. Cabrera to left field. On comes Gordo. He'll make the catch, but one batter too late. Wong gives up 1. The Sox will now face Hosmer, Dyson, and Perez in the 11th. It only works if you wear the hat of the praying mantis.
Hey, there's more mass breaking out now. Orioles 2 the whole game. Now they're really looking for the rally. Mantis.
Dave Robertson comes on. He could not protect the lead last night. Now facing Hosmer. Strike one.
Little cutter. 88 to 90. 95. He'll top 95. Curveball changeup.
He has 27 saves, but 5 blown saves, including last night's.
Robertson's had difficulties with the Royals, like a lot of their bullpen. Look at that ERA. Whew.
That one game he had when he came on trying to protect a 6-run lead and could not. The Royals rallied to win it.
Ooh, that was it there. That was a good pitch. Good one to hit. Just a tad behind it. That's where Haas likes it.
Way inside. Dyson on deck after he pinch ran for Kendrys Morales earlier in the game. The Royals only have 3 left on their bench in Butera, Colon, and Burns. Tried that cutter again on the outside corner, but missed. Now a full count. Down low, and the tying run is on.
Nice job of laying off of that borderline cutter inside. Taking the chance that Haas would be aggressive and try to swing, and now he's got Gerard Dyson. That's off. Dyson, he's got some bunting ability.
Ooh. Hosmer almost got caught napping. He was just beginning to extend his lead when Robertson just turned and fired over.
And Robertson, he thinks that they should replay this. Haas just took his eye off of him. Looked like he got his hand back in there before he tagged him on the waist.
Dyson is showing bunt, and Frazier kept on creeping and creeping down that third base line, and he was only about 35 feet.
Yep, I wouldn't bunt it to third. I'd put it to the first baseman if you're going to bunt it. If he doesn't, Dyson doesn't have a great touch when it comes to sacrificing.
Pops out of the glove of Navarro, but
so if you go to third base and you don't have a lot of touch and he's crashing, he can get the leading runner.
he does get the bunt down, and it's a good one. So the sacrifice executed. Hosmer now in scoring position. Perez and Gordon waiting.
Yeah, good touch there. That's exactly what he wanted to do. Barrel above the hands. Cutter in. Did him a favor. Put it right there where he wanted it.
Salvi has never gotten a hit against the Chicago closer. 0 for 8 with 3 strikeouts.
That's about to change.
Yep. He's due. Tried to drop a breaking ball in there, but missed in.
Curve didn't have a lot of depth on it. It stayed up.
There's a shot in the gap, and this will tie the game. Perez racing to second base with a double, and the Royals have knotted it up at 2-all.
Yeah, it changed. Robertson's not fooling anybody. His fastball, he can't get his curve over, so he's having issues. He doesn't have the power to blow it by guys, so he's trying to finesse, and it's just not working. That cutter staying up. That ball up. Salvi went with it. Good head position. I mean, that's great. His head and nose was right on that ball. Hit it right where it should have been hit. That's a beautiful stroke.
And one of the luxuries now, HUD, of having 2 fast guys in the bench, and Dyson and Burns is now Burns is in pinch running for Salvador Perez, so a single could easily score and give the Royals the victory.
Yeah, why not steal third?
Strike 1.
He's right there. I mean, he's not overpowering. He's right around 93 miles an hour. That's a good one to jump on. Todd Frazier way off the bag at third base. Anderson, the shortstop, he's keeping Burns close.
Gordon 2 hits on the night. He's been on base all 4 times. 2 hits, the walk, fielder's choice he reached. One ball, 2 strikes.
Burns has 14 steals this year. He's only been caught 3 times. And the reason I say that is because with Todd Frazier all the way off of third base right there, and Burns makes a jump to third and goes to third. Frazier has to break to the bag and catch it on the fly. You never know. He misses. Game over.
Alex swings and misses at the curveball and strikes out. So will they do the same thing they did early, intentionally walk Escobar to get to Mondesi?
Why not? They did it earlier. They might do it again.
Yep. They want to take on the kid. Last time they did this, they intentionally walked Escobar and struck out Raul Mondesi. But that one rookie, Tim Anderson, came through to give Chicago the lead. I don't think the Royals would mind Mondesi taking one on the fist and flaring it into the outfield to bring home the game winner.
Kidding me? They'll take it.
Anyway.
Let's take a look at that beautiful textbook swing of Salvador Perez. It was a beauty. I mean, cutters are going away from the righty. Watch his balance. He's got great balance in his legs right here. He's got a leg kick. Okay, he's going to step at the head position. Watch his head. Head stays right there. Great balance. The head's seeing on the ball right there, and he's able to shoot it right where he's aiming. Look at that head position. His head's right down on it. That'd make any golfer proud of that stroke.
Well, the Royals are taking Mondesi out and pinch hitting Christian Colon here. And Christian has been up 6 times this year as a pinch hitter, has 1 hit, and he's driven in 2.
He likes to utilize the opposite field. He can take a page from Salvi right here on cutters away.
First pitch in there, strike 1. He's always done well against the White Sox. 9 for 20 lifetime. He went, and now he's down 0-2. He did have a game-tying pinch hit 2-run double in the 8th inning back on July 18th. To third, and Frazier. We'll see 12 innings.
Stay here all night to get her done. Salvi with a clutch hit. That was beautiful. One of his best swings of the year.
Innings. Salvador Perez sitting in that dugout. He got the big hit that tied the game, and the Royals had 2 on, but could not get Billy Burns home. Drew Butera takes over as catcher as they pinch ran Burns for Perez, and Christian Colon, who pinch hit for Raul Mondesi, stays in the game to play second base. Wong back in for his second inning of work, gave up a run in the 11th. Adam Eaton 2 for 5. Jose Abreu 3 for 5. Justin Morneau 1 for 5 will be the Chicago batters. These Sox have played a lot of 1-run games. Third most in the major leagues, 39. Houston and Seattle with 40 entering the day, and the record 19 and 20. There's 1-run decisions and only 7 and 15 on the road. 1-1. Dylan G ran down to the bullpen. So the Royals have used all of their pitchers tonight. So G is ready. And he'll get one of the starts on this road trip. Foul off.
It just depends on what happens. If he gets in this game, throws a lot of pitches, they might have to change their plans, because we know baseball's not on a clock.
Yep.
Ned's used up the bench.
He's used up every pitcher and every position player.
That nice lineup drawn up by Gon Wakamatsu. Beautiful calligraphy.
It's gone from 1-2 to 3-2, and this is not a guy you want to walk. Not with Eaton's speed and the power coming next, and Abreu, Morneau, Frazier. Strike 3 called.
Great pitch by Wong. Pain in the corner. Actually, he painted the upper part of that strike zone. He thought it was high. Eaton, you got to go.
Now Abreu, he swings at the first pitch, and Cuthbert has it. 2 quick outs like that. The Royals will have the top of the order coming up in the 12th. Orlando, Cuthbert, Kane. The Royals have seen the last of Robertson. Morneau back up the middle, but right to Escobar, and he will throw out Morneau.
Wow. Just like you write it up.
Exactly.
1-6-3. All right. It's momentum.
Too hot right now to have a cold game. Pitches on the mound, throwing 90 miles an hour. I see the clouds move in, looks like scary showers. Must stay focused. I'm trying to knock it out the ball. The field lights came on, it's getting dark. Feel my heartbeat, adrenaline pumping. The crowd jumping out the seats 'cause they see me coming.
2-2 score. Going to the bottom of the 12th. New pitcher on. He's a lefty, Dan Jennings, who got the save last night, his first in the major leagues. And he has really been good this year for the White Sox. 42 games, 1.94 ERA. He'll go against right-handers Orlando, Cuthbert, and Kane. He usually comes on to face lefties. High ball 1.
Sinking fastball, slider. Slider's his best pitch. Not overpowering. 88 to 93, 94.
Orlando shows bunt, pulls it back in time, 2-0. And Jennings did surrender a game-ending home run to Leonis Martin of Seattle in the 11th inning back on July 20th. And that was the first home run he had allowed since last year, July 18th, against the Royals. The Mantis is patient.
Paulo's Brazilian flag flying up there.
That's a strike in, 2-1. Paulo very proud that Brazil hosting the 2016 Olympic Games. Popped him up. Third base, Frazier.
Cuthbert 3 for 6 in extra innings this season with a double.
Well, he had the big hit in the 8th inning that tied the game to send it into extra innings off Nate Jones. Jones relieved Jose Quintana. Quintana received yet another no decision, something he's very familiar with in his major league career. June 19th against Detroit, Cuthbert had a walk-off single. Ouch. Right off of his left knee.
Ooh, man, that's not good. Fastball coming in. Ooh, man, that's the worst place to get hit.
Royals have already lost a third baseman to a knee injury for the season, and Mike Moustakas.
Gonna come right back in there with a fastball. Up over the slider down.
Jennings may have grown up in Berkeley, California, but played his college baseball at Nebraska. He is using that slider one after the other.
But he's putting it in a good spot.
Yeah.
He's not leaving it up.
Saturday's scheduled starter is Dylan G, and he's starting to warm up in the Kansas City pen as Wong has gone his 2 innings of work. Foul. Another slider, another foul ball.
Yeah, he's battling.
Tell you, for a rookie, he's got pretty good plate discipline.
He does, and plus he knows he belongs here. He's a confident hitter. He competes. He's seen more pitches than any other Royal hitter per plate appearance.
And there's a base hit through the whole right side. So Cuthbert comes through in extra innings again. 4 for 7 in extras this year.
And that'll make that left knee feel a little bit better. And he could be tested here if Locane can find a gap or find that third baseline. Ball's up. He's waited for his pitch. He got it. Stayed with it. Inside of it. Clean single to right.
2 for 6. Keeps that average over 300. Batter now is Kane, looking for his first base hit. He is 1 for 10 in this series. But does have one hit off Jennings, and it was a big one. Strike one.
Good spot. Right on the outside corner. Lorenzo Cain hitting .373 off of left-handed pitching this year. He can get something up. He likes to turn on those guys and pull it.
Another strike. Back-to-back fastballs, and he hasn't seen the slider yet.
Well, Jennings is putting that ball right where he wants it, right where Navarro is. That is low down in the zone. He's not looking for that. He wants one a little bit better that he can handle.
And on the third pitch, he does through the slider, and Lorenzo doesn't bite on it. It stays low. Jennings has allowed only 4 runs in his last 26 games. High fly ball, center field. Shuck. 2 out. Once again tomorrow night on Fox Sports Kansas City, Miguel Gonzalez with a 2-6 record will face red hot Danny Duffy, who has won 7 straight decisions dating back to June 11th. And that was a victory over the Chicago White Sox. He's 8-1 on the year with a 2.97 ERA and a brilliant strikeout to walk ratio. Here's Hosmer. Go ahead and knock it out. Hos with 15 home runs. He's the guy who got the leadoff walk. And then Perez doubled him home. Strike one. Ground ball short. Wins the race to the bag. And we will go to 13 here at Kauffman Stadium. To beat Dylan G, but he must come out to pitch the 13th inning as the Royals have used up their entire bullpen, and this is Dylan G's last outing, and he pitched one of the best games he's pitched this year.
Yeah, first quality start in the Royals uniform. He'll take it against the Blue Jays. A tough offense. Did a nice job. Use that defense, pitch to contact. Missed his start with an off day that they had on Monday. That is a good thing.
Royals took 2 of 3 from the first place Jays. They lost last night 7-5 in 10 innings. They are tied in the 13th at 2.
4-pitch mix: fastball, slider, curve, and a change.
Strike 1.
No first pitch fastballs to Frazier.
He homered on a first pitch fastball from Kelvin Herrera last night. 31 home runs. Reach for that breaking ball. He hails from Toms River, New Jersey, one of the great Little League programs in the United States. He led Toms River to the championship, the World Championship, going 4 for 4, belting a home run in the title game. And from what I understand, he was quite a basketball player too. Great rebounder in high school. He had 27 rebounds in one game. Wow.
Wow.
Center field. Orlando says he has it. He does for the first out. Diarno Navarro up when the game started. Arias was the catcher, but he got a hit, and they pinch ran for him. Navarro came on. Curveball misses outside. The Royals bat at the bottom of the inning. It will be Dyson, Butera, and Gordon. 2-1. Three balls, 1 strike to Navarro. Detroit and Seattle underway. That game is tied at 1-1 in the 6th out on the West Coast. Great pitching matchup in that one, with Verlander going for the Tigers and Hernandez going for Seattle. Back in the count, 3-2. And the Minnesota-Houston game was postponed by rain.
Oh.
I'm not sure if they're going to finish it later, or they had a P up there for postpone. Cuthbert in foul territory. He's got it for the second out. So it's Tyler Saladino time, who is 1 for 5 tonight. Strike 1. After tomorrow night, the Royals go to Minnesota and then Detroit. And then we shall return home to face the Minnesota Twins on the 18th, 19th, and 20th and 21st 4-game series, and then immediately go back out on the road. So you want to get your tickets for that Thursday through Sunday series. Got it on his hands and pop foul. White Sox, as you know, got off to that fast start this year, winning 23 of their first 33 games and had a 6-game lead in the Central. A swing and a miss by Saladino. Dylan G with an outstanding 13th inning. White Sox and Kansas City Royals. Steve Physiak with Rex Hudler with you. And Hud, here is the good news. The Royals have won 10 straight games, 13 innings or later, and this one's in the bottom of the 13th. We've got Dyson, we've got Butera, we've got Gordon. Speed at the top. What do you say right now?
Perfect time. Make it 11. Should be good, Fizz. Look, the Royals, you got to love their will to survive and not to quit. They don't give up. They're going to keep scrapping and clawing, and they're going to get this game here so they can go with Duffy tomorrow to get the series. It's not over. They got to attack right here.
And we told you the strength of the praying mantis is patience. Dyson, the batter, he had a very good sacrifice to get Hosmer in scoring position, and then Perez knocked him in. There they are, the patient ones. Dyson now down 0-2. Jennings staying in. He had a sharp 12th inning to give up a hit to Cuthbert, but worked around that by getting Kane and Hosmer. Dyson in the gap.
That'll work.
Dyson will have at least 2. He might go in 3. Yeah. Triple.
I think we talked him right into it, Fizz.
On 0-2.
Yeah, against the lefty. How about that? Dyson, he was looking for something out over the plate, and he went with the pitch. Right guy, right time, right swing. That's an automatic 3-bagger. Even if Melky didn't box it and kick it a couple of times, he still would have had 3. Terron Dyson bringing the crowd to their feet. Who's left?
Now let's bring him home.
That's all you got to do. They got some opportunities here. My money's on Butera. Stays short with his swing, chokes up on the bat. He's just going to try to put the ball in play. Outfielders are shallow.
infield is on the grass. Perfect opportunity.
He has one career walk-off hit. That was as a member of the Minnesota Twins. He's already in that 2-strike mode, as you said, Hud. Choking up on that bat. Twins versus the Padres. With that outfield really shallow.
Yep.
Oh, and 2.
Because they want to make sure that anything soft hit off the bat that they can get to on the fly, they will, and make them throw it home to keep Dyson from scoring. This is what you do.
Dan Jennings with an exceptional slider to strike out Drew Butera for the first out.
Oh man, he came back with a good slider right over the middle of the plate. It was hittable.
So now 2 guys who went to Nebraska. Jennings, a pitcher. Gordon, great third baseman there. He has 5 career walk-offs. Which Cornhusker will prevail? Strike 1.
We saw a walk-off wild pitch early in the season when Terrence Gore came to score. Remember that one?
Yep.
A little bouncer. Let's see if he bounces one. Just blew that heater right by Alex. Alex doesn't have to pull it. Wants to use the whole side of the field. Just short to the ball.
Strike 2. Dyson had a clutch hit with an 0-2 count. Two outs.
Escobar has already been walked intentionally twice in one game. And I would go to say that that's probably the first time in his career he's been walked intentionally twice in one game. Now
it'll be 3 times.
Now they can't put him on here. They're going to pitch to him. Jennings looks like he's found his groove all of a sudden. Outfielders move back now. Everybody back in their normal position.
Jennings dug a hole. Now he's digging himself out of it.
Hey, trying to raise the eye level a little bit so he can get back down in that zone with a slider. That's probably what's coming next.
Yeah, he doesn't have to come to Escobar. I know he talked about that intentional walk. He doesn't have to throw him a strike. Not one, but two bases open. On his hands. Wow. Much more aggressive pitch than I thought he would throw Escobar. With his experience being in this situation so many times in the past. Jennings gives up a leadoff triple and then strikes out the side.
Wow. Wouldn't have thought it. But Jennings says not on my watch.
Stadium tied at 2, but a lot of base runners left. 12 by the White Sox, 12 by the Royals. They want to see a Salvi splash. We thought we'd have one after Dyson led off the 13th with a triple, the fastest guy on the team, and the Royals could not score. Now G comes back for his second inning of work.
Hey, look. You know, you got to credit Jennings too. Now
Yeah.
he's out there competing. He executed some pitches. He challenged some hitters. He gave him some pitches to hit.
No question. I thought his competing was fantastic. Looks like he may have developed a little blister there. One ball, one strike. J.B. Shuck with a drive. Kane gets there. One out.
Yeah, a little bit too much air underneath it.
So Dillon has faced 4, retired all 4. And now Tim Anderson, who has struck out 4 times, walked once, and then had that weird RBI single in the 11th inning where he was tied up with a ball on his hands and flipped it in almost a little flare, a little parachute over the head of Eric Hosmer into right field to give them the lead. The Royals would tie it in the bottom of the 11th on a walk to Hosmer, a sacrifice by Dyson, and a double by Perez. Two and one. Texas with a big win tonight, 5-4 over the Colorado Rockies. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And those Rangers have opened up a 7-game lead on Seattle and 8.5 on Houston. Barely missed. And Carlos Gomez had got designated for assignment by the Astros today.
Yep, I saw that. Not surprised either.
I'm sure they were trying to move him, could not, so they just DFA'd him.
Yeah. His performance just wasn't there. I mean, his heart, his will, and his work ethics is all. But when you reach a certain age, sometimes
he's not that old.
Well, I don't know. He's playing like it.
Matt Albers warming up in the Chicago bullpen.
Yep.
Oh man,
there's his
he's
fifth.
Taken that one. Cinco de Mayo in August for Tim Anderson.
Yep. Last time up, thought he was going to salvage it with an RBI, a go-ahead ribby. Kept him from striking out 5th time, and this one here, right down the middle. And Anderson, you got to go 5 and fly.
Now Melky Cabrera. Royals will have Colon, Orlando, and Cuthbert coming up in the bottom half of this inning. It's the first Chicago White Sox player since 1998 to strike out 5 times in a game. Ray Durham did it. Former second baseman.
Well, this game keeps moving along here. He might have a chance to go for 6.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to go for it. Wow, he almost got Adam Eaton in the on-deck circle. Yankees beat Boston tonight 9-4. Boston started the night a game and a half back of Baltimore and Toronto for first in the East. Dylan G, 2 perfect innings. The Royals have a chance.
He wants that W. That away, Dylan.
lot of families still here. It's summertime. Staying up late.
Last night of summer for some of these. Now in Kansas side, school starts tomorrow. Yeah, so last day of summer, last night. Might as well enjoy it. Hang in there, folks. Look at all those zeros.
He's cashed it in.
Yep, just 2 runs apiece.
Christian Colon will face Matt Albers. Rather high ERA.
What a great time for Colon's first major league home run.
I was just thinking the same thing, Hud.
Oh, man.
Why not?
That's the right time. Make it meaningful.
Right down that line.
Make it a meaningful one. Albers sinking fastball, slider, changeup. Low to mid-90s.
And he will get a base hit to left field, so a good start for the Royals.
Anderson, the shortstop. You never know when he gets that ball. If he'd have got a piece of that, he might have had to throw it. Guy's very athletic. Good effort. Paulo Orlando, he's a good bunter.
He is 1 for 6 tonight, but that one hit was a big one back in the 8th inning, a double. And he would score the tying run when Nate Jones came in and gave up a double to Cuthbert, scoring Orlando to tie the game at 1.
You know, Albers is not concerned about Colon stealing a base. The reason he threw over to first was to see if Paulo Orlando would show he's bunting or not. Didn't show it.
Now he does show it and takes outside, ball 1.
That's a way a manager will check and see if thinks the guy's going to bunt or not, but the situation here calls for it. Nobody out. Get him in the scoring position. Cuthbert coming up. He's swinging a good bat.
Albers doesn't get a lot of strikeouts, but does get a lot of groundouts. That's what the Royals want to stay away from here. 2 outs on 1 pitch.
That's why it's a good call for a bunt. Take your chances. 1 to win. Walk off would be the Royals' 7th this year.
Sent the runner.
Hey, so maybe a little no out hit and run there. Albers didn't oblige as he threw that ball down. If he left it out over the plate, could have put it in play.
He gets it down. Albers up. He'll throw to first, and the Royals have the winning run in scoring position with 1 out for the kid.
Let's take a look at Cuthbert's 2 knocks. He's using the whole field. He's a dangerous hitter in this situation here. Hit that ball to the opposite field. Had a lot of air under it. Just placed it perfectly. Scored Paulo. And then comes up and feathers that hole over there on the right side. Got a pitch middle away. That's all he's looking for here.
Adam Eaton in a bit in right field, and he has a major league best 16 assists. Cuthbert takes strike 1.
Doesn't matter. Any base hit, I would imagine Jersley's going to challenge the throws. Take a chance, although you got the meat of the order coming up. So Jersley will have to keep that in mind depending on how hard the ball's hit. Colon, average runner. Melky's got a good arm out there in left field.
Ooh, he went after a bad pitch, a sinker that was not a strike. So now down in the count, 1-2.
Yeah, a little sidearm action there.
He kind of hurt his hand, I think.
Well, it looked like his finger got stuck on the bat. Sometimes you put that motor stick on there and you really can tie your fingers up.
Out in front of that one. Looked like he tried to come back with that same pitch. Albert's a veteran, 33 years of age, out of Houston. To play right side once again. A good at bat by Cheslor Cuthbert. Last time he fouled off this many pitches, Hud, he singled the right field off that tough lefty Dan Jennings.
He's dangerous to all fields. He's a competitor. We know that. He's going to fight you. Oh, getting closer.
And again, that sinker on his hands fouled off.
Gotta like it. He continues to fight. He's seen a lot of pitches tonight, that's for sure.
Next pitch will be the 9th that he'll see. Full count.
Nice job of laying off of that one. It's late, but the fans are entertained.
Ground ball third. Frazier holds the runner and throws out Cuthbert. So Lorenzo Cain due. He is 0 for 6. He struck out 3 times. He's been a great clutch player in his Royals history. We all remember that American League Championship Series MVP he had against Baltimore a couple of years back. Kids going crazy in the stands. That's saying, okay, no more cotton candy.
Yeah.
There you go, a line drive to center field, and it's a winner for the Royals with Cologne scoring. Lorenzo does come through.
Timing, Lorenzo Cain, he was due. 0 for 6 with 3 strikeouts. He says, I've had enough. I'm swinging at the first pitch. Cologne with 2 outs. He's off on contact. It's a no-brainer. And the Raleigh Mantis comes through to see a Salvi splash.
Patience, young Jedi warrior.
That's right.
The Mantis is patient, and so are we. And we will see a Salvi splash.
Look at that perfect, beautiful swing. Just before the stroke of midnight. Chuck did all he could. Low Kane says, bring it on.
It's Salvi right there. Danny Duffy with him. Well, it took about 4.5 hours, but we got it done. Let's go to Joel. If he can hear us.
Here we go. Yeah, no, I hear you. That was a sneak attack by Salvi. I think even Mike Swanson got a little bit of that one. Most importantly, Lorenzo Cain is sending everyone home just before midnight. I know you guys would have waited all night long to get the win, but tell us about that hit there.
Yeah, I'm just going over there looking to stay up the middle. Threw my heater inside and kept my hands inside and line drive up the middle. I'm glad I got the knock. I'm ready to go home.
You were signaling to all of your teammates, come on out and get me, because you know they like to throw those punches at that point.
Yeah, I was expecting a few rib shots, but they took it easy on me tonight, so it was a long day, so I understand.
That's because everybody was tired. What's the mindset as you get into these later innings and you still have to keep that body going and keep that energy up?
It's tough, but like I said, we continue to fight, continue to grind out, even though we played, 15, 14 innings. But like I said, we continue to fight and never give up. So glad we was able to get the win.
Last thing, and we'll get you in. How about the job of your pitching staff from beginning to end tonight?
Yeah, they did a great job. The entire pitching staff, bullpen, starting pitching, all the above. Those guys did a great job, and just happy to get the win tonight.
Have a nice, quick night's rest. Actually, we'll see you back here tomorrow night, and I'm sure you'll be heading home sometime early in the morning. Lorenzo, great job.
All right, thank you.
There he is. He's going to go get some sleep just like everyone else.
Joel, thank you very much. A terrific win for Kansas City. Their 7th walk-off this year, and as Joel indicated, great job by the pitching staff. 2 runs allowed in 14 innings.
Sleep's overrated.